Hello? Hello? Is audio working this time? is, is, is the audio actually functioning properly this time? That would be swell. Yes, okay. Fantastic. That's good. The last time I streamed, my audio was not not particular. 2 a.m. streamer cheated. It wasn't 2 a.m. for me. However, I'm doing okay today. Uh, there we go. Uh, Scarter can't go into S tier, please. We'll have to wait and see then, though. Uh, I think that's because I think the last time we did this was 3 years ago. Probably over 3 years ago at this point. I intentionally did not go back to watch that video, so I'm not sure if I even included the same characters on that list as I did here. Excuse me. Uh, where am I? Why am I died? I'm I'm dead. Oh god.
Nature surprise!
Heineke, how are you today?
I'm okay. I'm dead apparently. I don't know where I went. Oh, good. I can't. Of course, a technical issue. Of course, of course. Danny, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Volleybear should be in his own category above
Nature
everyone else. I'm
surprise!
surely there's no bias at all
Hi
there.
chat.
So that goes a 22 months. Jesus. Oh, good. Can we play a game on stream? I think it's because my Steam was closed. I think when I pressed to close Steam, it closed everything else. I think I should be alive now. What? Okay, now this is. Oh wait, no, never. Why is it not work? There we go. Jesus. Slight technical mishaps. We live. Scarter has to go with S because his name starts with S. That's true. That's true. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna do
I
a
got 2 thumbs and a shield.
intro here or what.
Wild Rift Cogger 3 design fee.
They didn't even redesign him though. That's the thing. Just like the fee, it's not real. Fee him. Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Nothing changed. But that logic fiddle goes in F. Well, good thing there's no numbered tiers here, I guess. There's no edge small. Small Bugum, thank you for the $2. You don't gotta do that. Choga's model bugged so badly on modern PvE, they can't catch a break. They didn't even give any animations to him from what I saw. Like, he's got all the same animations. Why is there 2 Kales? Okay, well, I mean, same reason there's 2 Mords and 2 LeBlancs, because 2 separate reworks. Reworks I'm using kind of vaguely. It's mainly any major champion overhauls, if that's visual or gameplay, but I had to cut the line at certain mid-scopes somewhere. I've got a couple mid-scopes in here that I think change the champions drastically enough. I believe they should count. But yeah. How many Nikos? Well, they could be all Nico, you don't know. So there's no fee, Dad. Thank you. I don't see Rengar. So I could have the thing is though, I went on like the whole tangent of like which if I start including all of those guys, all those reworks, then we're gonna have to include like the Darius mini rework, the Garen one. Gonna have to go to all the assassins like Shaco, Vigar, Vladimir, Zyra. Like we're gonna go all over the place, and I had to cut the line somewhere. So I only included a couple of the most, what I considered the most important ones. But and the same thing goes for like Rise and Kale. Rise and Kale are mainly there because they've been technically updated twice. Your friend is playing Kale or Morgana. It shows the old rework splash art on Discord. That's interesting. Oh, is that because of the Discord connection thing? Yeah, they got the whole thing set up now. Been freed from my Egyptian curse. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I have no illnesses anymore. Smile. I'm Nico. Yeah. Probably. Reveal should be next week. Well, I'm not sure which reveal you mean. I mean, Riftbound got some stuff revealed today. And they look... Some of them look cool. That Renekton one... Oh, me. Yeah, of course. Transfer my curse to the rest of the planet. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, season 3. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, yeah, probably, it might be revealed in the next couple weeks. Because I imagine they probably reveal something about it at MSI. And then, the long summer break patch will finally be over. That's why there's no anything new today where there would have been PBE stuff, right? B-Type, yes. Mort Dog? Oh, I think I saw a brief of that. Yeah, that's, that'd make me sad. Yeah, Mort Dog. Yeah, Mort Dog's leaving, not just the TFT team, he's leaving Riot altogether. Ranking fee. I love Transformers. No. Let me. Yeah. There he is. He's leaving. This is the worst. Holy shit. 11,000 likes. It's been up for what, an hour? Jesus. He's the heart of the TFT team, I don't think he was fired. I think he left. It's like Fortune left as well. I mean, if you're working at the same job for 10 years. Especially, I think the sabbatical might have been either an enlightenment or either the sabbatical was like his last thing before. Because he talked about in that post, I think, him leaving Riot after doing the unlock system, which was the previous set. So TFT, it's Jover. It's already Jover. I mean, this set, I'm very excited for it to be over. I'll just put it at that. Sure, they paid him well. Oh yeah, well, I mean, he was like the whole head honcho of TFT. Like everything went through him. He was hoping to design sets that weren't like 3 sets out. So he was working on stuff a lot. So the thing is like, how is that gonna go without his involvement? Is the question. If we're entering like the Sakurai-less Smash era, basically for TFT. It's like, what do you do without the person who is like the big creative guy at the helm now? What do you do? How's that gonna look for the future? Maybe we'll get more sets like this one. I kind of hope. I mean, set 17 isn't the worst set. To be fair, it's just not fun. It's just not fun. There's been worse. I like set 15. I think that one is easily, to me, the worst one. I was actively like this one. I'm not having fun, but set 15 made me depressed. That was KO Coliseum, the anime one. That one was just like, not only was it bad, it was broken. You cannot have like 8 patches in a row saying you fixed the mecha augment and it still doesn't work. Like, it was just terrible. Did someone say set? I mean, there's set Riftbound. That's gonna be a thing. Yeah, the fruit set. Yep, it was terrible. Don't look how long it's been since Ultimate came out. I actually had a whole discussion about this with a few friends the other night about, like, if they go another Smash, is the direction they go either just like culling the roster to go back and update the old ones, like you update Mario and DK or whoever, or do you just build off of Ultimate? I'm personally in the camp of just build off of Ultimate. Like, you're not gonna get any better than that. Just more stages, more characters. That's what people want. And if you want to add, like, here's a new Mario or a new DK, just have, that's what Echo Fighters are for. You can have an Echo Fighter be the old DK or something. You can have like 64 DK and then Bonanza DK is the main character or something. I don't know. I can't imagine culling so many characters. Assassins will be felt about 3 sets, probably because of the new TFT dev cycle. Maybe, but then also there was kind of felt a bit in KO Coliseum. He was not involved with that set as much. Next Smash is just Smash 64 remake. Oh. I Boss Uttered Smash is like the thing is, though, like, if you add any new characters to Smash, who is the ones that you're even waiting for? Like, I mean, the only ones that we would, I feel like there's not many characters left that aren't third party that would drum up genuine excitement. Like, if you're talking purely Nintendo characters, who do you have left that's going to be like a big hype one? I don't think Waluigi's ever getting in because of, I think Sakurai actually holds a personal grudge against Waluigi now. Gino may, but Gino would even be like, that's only a niche part of the community, I feel like, would really be excited for Gino. Because most of the things I think of personally of like exciting characters would be, all third party stuff. Like, I want to see Monster Hunter or Crash or Spyro or Rayman or, any of these other crazy third party stuff would be the most exciting. Smash. I did think it would be really funny to have the if they ever had a Smash representation in Smash, it'd be like a Mii Fighter costume of Yasuo or Ari or something. I think that'd be really funny. Oh yeah, Rayman. I mean, Rayman might have a bit of a resurgence now too, because of the whole the Legacy Collection thing or whatever it is. Rhythm Heaven. Rhythm Heaven might, yeah. I wouldn't be excited about Rhythm Heaven personally, but I know it has its fans. Gex. Does Nintendo even own Gex? I'm not even sure. Skylanders. Making their resurgence in the big 2026. Jesus Christ. Chase, you can't do this, man. 50 channel members, like, Jesus Christ, man. 50 channel members, what? You can't keep doing this, man. It's too powerful. It's just actually too, why? Jesus Christ, man. I wish I still had anything set up for this that it would register at all. There's no even alert box or nothing that says that there's anything, but there's YouTube 50 channel membership. Jesus Christ. They're saying Jesus Christ the next Smash fighter. I mean, if Kratos could be in and he's fighting all the different pantheons, he could show up. Jesus Christ. I think new guy can be considered unique, while the old guy is unique in every way. I disagree. I agree and disagree both. I guess we should probably get into it. Ever do a champ themes tier list? I have twice or even 3 times, but it took so long. And also, like, how do I edit that into a video at all? It was a mess. I feel like if I ever did like a champion themes video, it'd probably be like a top 10 thing or something. Is this VGs every 4 weeks? Okay, well I guess we could probably start. I need to do an intro or something like that if we get context out of the way. I was just waiting to see how many people are not subbed in chat, so I don't have any more to give. You don't have to give to everybody who's in the chat, Chase. 50 channel memberships is already insane enough. Jesus. Category for future Jeopardy. How many times did I record this damn video? Okay. Intro. I guess I probably I don't know. I will have a context, I guess. Context for what we're doing today. It's been a while since we've done this thing where we went through and ranked all the it's been a while since we've gone through and ranked all of the reworks that League has seen over the years. I think it's been 3 to 4 years-ish since we did it last. Obviously, there's been quite a few character updates in that time. And because League Classic is on the way, we get to revisit people who've never gotten to experience the old version of these characters. I'm very excited for all the League Zoomers. They finally get to try out old Urgot and old Warwick, old Fiddle, all this crazy nonsense. I get to play old Nunu again, the memories. It's going to be so fun. But also because League Next is on the way, and there's the potential that we're going to get a lot more character updates in the future. So I thought it'd be fun to revisit that old list. I purposely did not go back and watch that old video because I want to go in with a fresh state of mind, and it might be interesting to see where I compare them to today than I did 3 to 4 years ago. Maybe my own opinions have shifted and changed. And of course, the new addition of the characters. You know, we got Shyvana and LeBlanc and Jhin, which probably important to keep in mind as well. Reworks here is a bit vague. I'm keeping it mainly to major character updates. In some cases, that's purely visual with a model change, like Caitlyn or Ahri or Lee Sin or whatever. Sometimes it's purely gameplay with Aurelion Sol, for example, with the one and only CGU that's ever happened. And I've tried to draw the line a bit, because if I did every single rework that's ever happened, like if I try to throw in Rengar or Shaco or Malzahar or any of those kind of minor reworks from the class updates, this list would basically be almost the entire roster. So I tried to keep that part kind of limited to the few bunch that I think really changed enough that it drastically altered how their character is played, even if it was just gameplay stuff. So is that good? Is that context enough, or am I missing something here before we get into this? I guess probably how we're judging these, I suppose. Because like what constitutes a good rework, I guess. Because to me, a good rework of the champion is one that maintains the character's identity, either gameplay or visually. Sometimes you need to sacrifice the character's visuals to better suit the new identity they're going for. But overall, it should feel like the best version of what that character was supposed to be from the start. Not all these reworks did that. So it's important to keep in mind. Usually, they'll be better than the old version of the character, but sometimes the old version of the character was a little better. It's a bit of a rare case, but we'll get into it. Lore, I think lore is an important thing too. Yeah, I think sometimes having the new addition of new stories that really enhance who the character is in the world, because obviously old Fiddlesticks was not the same kind of character that new Fiddlesticks is, right? Completely different in how they operate in Runeterra. To be fair, a lot of the oldest characters were just, here's something, we don't know what to do with it, make it fight in the League of Legends. That's pretty much all they did. Make them hotter. Well, a lot of them, that did happen. Yeah, I think fun factor is a good thing too, right? What does it matter if they're a better version of the one before if they're just not fun still anyway? So I guess we can start with, how do we want to go in alphabetical, or do we want to just do this at random? I feel like we could try and mix things up, or just go in a nice orderly line. Random? Okay, random time. But Oh, we're starting off on Maokai, huh? Let me see if Maokai has his old model on here. First of all, he does not. Okay. I think I have the render of him though.
Oh, hello.
I have my file of him. Where is he? Oh wait, I put it in the wrong folder. It's this one. And there he is. There's your boy. There's old Maokai. Um. Oh, I guess before we should get into it, actually, I'm reminded. The way I've ordered the categories here is we have perfect, top specimen, just amazing reworks that enhance the character in every way. I'd never go back to the old one. They're just so much of an upgrade. Just basic upgrade, fantastic rework for the most part. There's a few glaring issues, but overall, great stuff. Could have been better. Kind of 50-50 on it. Like, yeah, they probably needed this upgrade, but did something different. Try again for real this time. This is for a very specific class of character updates that we'll get into as we go along. Worse than before. Reworks that I think probably were not great. Just in general, just more negative qualities to the reworks than positive. And then reverted, worst of the worst. Just absolutely atrocious. Never do this again. That or they already have been undone and probably why they didn't. Maokai though. Maokai is funny because Maokai was reworked in 3 separate stages. Maokai got his visual update, then he got his gameplay update later, then he got his voice line update later again. His old ultimate was just basically just a big circle of damage reduction as far as I remember. It's been a long time, but he would just walk around and just have a big circle around him. And his whole thing was just, he would just stand there and be unkillable. That was his whole shtick. And he looked ugly. And the saplings didn't get bigger when you threw them in bushes either. I didn't really play or engage with Maokai much at all. The thing is, I'm a League boomer. I've been playing since Season 1. But a lot of my memory on it is shoddy of what happened because I was so bad at the game and played versus bots until Season 4. So... Oh yeah, they did do damage upon landing, right? Yeah. It's funny that the saplings look so similar, yeah. So, it was a good upgrade in terms of design. I think also what they did to him in the story, how he's the whole last treant or last nature spirit of the Shadow Isles, or what they were, the Blessed Isles. And they changed his voice lines. They made him a lot more kind of angry, I think. If I remember correctly, the old voice lines, he was a lot more sad. I think they made him a bit more angry in the new voice lines from what I recall. He looked very evil in the original version. If I can find the original splash art, splash. Oh, God. There he is. There's the guy. What a weirdo. Yeah, Void Tree, yeah. From old Twisted Tree Line. He was very Dota 2 looking, yeah. Maokai... he is an upgrade. I feel like I could have been better. He's okay. He's better than the original. I think though they kind of missed the mark on upgrading his design. It's not quite to the level of when they updated Singed or Cassidon, where it was mostly just a model enhancement. This one they went a bit further than that. Yes, Ruin King Maokai still unfortunately beats it all, I fear. Like you look at that Maokai. And then you look at this Maokai. It's just, Yeah. League's version feels like a stripped down version of the Ruined King. This one feels like, oh yeah, that's the living treant. That's the forest spirit. He looks awesome here. So he just looks kind of static and lame. Spaghetti Code couldn't handle it, maybe. But then they also updated him in Wild Rift, and he looks damn weird in Wild Rift. So, I don't know. They kind of mucked him up a bit. And plus his design, I will say, his old ultimate was really toxic. But his new ult, the big branches, maybe it's just a me thing. His current ult is simultaneously, it looks like it should be cool, but it's so boring. They're so slow. You think he sets up a whole grove of trees twisting and grinding through the ground to snag you, and it looks so slow and unimpactful. It's, I don't know. It leaves a lot to be desired to me personally. Fiora. I don't think the old model Fiora is on there, so I have to grab the render. There she is. Well, there's the old Fiora. She is French, it's true. These old Fiora was so boring. Her old ult was just Master Yi Q on steroids, basically. I should probably have let me grab Fiora champion. I realize I'm talking about the reworks, but not even like providing context for what they changed. Fiora ult, where is it? Where's the old ult? If you've played ARAM Mayhem, you've probably seen this ability. It was Blade Waltz, right? You've probably taken this as an augment on some characters. So it was just, that's why it was funny seeing it when ARAM Mayhem was first shown. This, it was an arena first at all. It was an arena first, but yeah. Oh, Blade Waltz got so funny, but that's all it was. It was just Big Master EQ. They kept her French, so it's a failed rework. It's funny that her animations, the rework just looks like the same animations, but more polish. Same general pose, same kind of general movements, but they just polish them a bit more, a few more in-betweens, a bit more exaggerated. And I think they did a better job with her for sure. She came out around the time when they had the big Juggernaut rework. So they had, that was Mordekaiser, Garen, Skarner. I should have had the other Skarner in here. I'm just realizing now. I have this Skarner, but I don't have Juggernaut Skarner. I think Juggernaut Skarner was big enough that I should have included in here. Wow. But Fiora was a bit before. Yeah, I think they did a really good job with the theming on Fiora with the whole vitals. She is obnoxious as hell, and I absolutely hate fighting her. But I think in terms of upgrading her, I think it was a lot better. It's a lot better execution of the kind of character she's supposed to be, the big hyper-mobile fencer character. I think design-wise, they definitely made her a bit closer to Demacia. Feels a little out of place, but I guess they're going for the whole, nimble fencer aesthetic. Yeah, I think it could have been better. I don't think it's a fantastic rework, but I think it's better than Maokai. It feels like more effort went into changing her than Maokai did, at least. Even me forgot about Skarner. That's how you know. Well, we know where that's going. Well, Fiddlesticks, yeah. That's an easy. That's a perfect. This is going to be one of the few examples, I think, of champions who are going to go back and play the old version and just not be satisfied. This just feels like a worse version of the one we've had for years now. The charm Fiddlesticks had was because he looked like this. Look at him. What a creature. Oh, small. You don't have to give $5 just to say that. I appreciate you don't gotta do that though. From boring to tough to fight. At least it's a good rework. Yeah, at least it's like thinking involved. You don't gotta give $5 to say that though. The bouncing crow. I guess like the bouncing crow was funny, yeah. But then you look at every other move he has. The Q is just better now. Before it was just the point and click fear. That's all it did. The W would only target one person. The alt, you couldn't get the whole fear aspect of it. You just jump in and then you have to fear one person. It just the rework basically upgraded almost every single aspect about him for the better, and as well design, I think. Still kept the scarecrow alive, but kept it as a visage of a scarecrow. Fucking love it. It was so good. So how the hell are we gonna fix this? Yeah. Thing is that I do like Old Fiddlesticks. He holds a special place in my heart. Because he is just stupid. His cutest. Look at the W. He would T-pose on you when he W's. That was funny. And he'd have some funny laughs. He'd just go... He was just a goofy goober. Oh, yeah, and the new passive as well. Yeah. They changed his passive a few times. I think before the final rework came into effect, they would have one where he just like for the more enemies that are nearby, he'd gain AP or resistances or something like that. But yeah, the whole passive with the duplicates and having jump scares be a major part of his kit, really turning him into the jump scare characters. So, it was incredible rework. It's supposed to be some kind of indescribable horror in his lore. Well, the thing is, when they had him before, he was one of those characters where he's just, we summoned, or a bunch of random wizards summoned a demon. What do we do with him? I don't know. Throw him in the League of Legends to go fight there. Even though the League of Legends was supposed to be some place where they just have people fighting for political power and money. Didn't really make any sense. So sorry we didn't get the Fright Night Fiddle. Yeah, it would have made sense, yeah. Yes. One second. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why, people just being toxic. I don't know. Anyway, Fiddlesticks. Stupendous rework. Blah. Oh boy, okay, these two need to be bundled together. I feel like we can't have one Morty without the other, because we had the first one. Good old Mordekaiser. There he is. Now you want the Pizza Feet character? He was the Pizza Feet character through and through. Look at that. Some big ass shoes. I liked Mord's middle rework the most. The Ghost Dragon was fun. It was a novel concept. I think the problem is that the Mordekaiser first rework they did, they tried to make him something he wasn't. Old. I don't think he got a champion spotlight. I think they must have had just the Juggernaut rework. I think, is this the original one? Yes. There's the original Mordekaiser. You can probably see the remnants of what his abilities used to be. So, this thing. This was his signature ability, was the ult. He would basically put a little passive tick on you. And it would tick down. It's like Trundle, where it just does tick damage. They're not even showing it in this. But if you killed the opponent, you'd claim their ghost. and you'd be able to pilot them around like you had Tibbers or something. You just have a copy of that champion running around. So really good if you killed the 80 carry, but it was just kind of a weird thing. It was unique though, until Yorick, I suppose. But then they had the mini rework, or I not to say the mini rework. Oh yeah, but, are Mordekaiser's abilities still just references to various metal songs? I don't even remember. The Ghost Dragon. That was part of the rework, which I think was this here. Yes, okay, this was when they did the Juggernaut rework. They turned his Q into a triple slam. Like that. You do 1, 2, then big bonk. Then the W would actually be able to target allies instead of just having it around you and be able to reactivate it from what I recall. Yeah, and if they were together, then you do the big area of effect stuff. And the E, I think, was pretty much the same. And the ult was pretty much the same, except that you could target the dragon. And then you'd get Ghost Dragon. Which was awesome. It was cool. It only lasted for like a minute, though, which sucked. You didn't have it for barely anyone. Remember Bel'Veth? It's kind of like the Bel'Veth passive, you know, where Bel'Veth, if you kill Rift Herald, you get to have the little Void Grub things. But that lasts for 5 minutes. This you'd barely get for any length of time. You gain a big stat bonus as well, because I think you get percentage stats based on whoever you killed. It was strong. The thing about this rework is that it was specifically designed to turn Mordekaiser into a bot laner. Which sounds silly until you realize that he has DPS on the Q. The W is specifically meant to be worked with an ally, and the ult, like, what use is stealing the dragon if you're the top laner, you're not up there, or you're not like down there with the dragon. So they really tried to make him into a bot laner with this, and it was successful. He was very, 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 very strong. It was kind of a mess. Mord's still broken. I don't even think the current Mord is not. I wouldn't say Mord is broken. I think Mord's just his inherent kit from where it is right now is just kind of unfun to fight against. So they tried to, with the first rework, turn him into a bot laner, and it was kind of a disaster. It kind of just broke everything, both in terms of stats and also just who the character was. Like, you look at, he's supposed to be this giant, hulking, undead master of metal, and he needs a support with him to do stuff. He had the whole conquering your soul, sure, and having the dragon was awesome. But again, it lasted such a limited amount of time. It was just a bizarre rework. Oh, I grabbed Misfortune, I think, instead of Morty. There we go. I think they just made him worse. It was just a kind of a disaster. I get maybe reverted. Thing is, because it had like, the dragon was cool. It was a cool concept. I think maybe that's why they brought it along to Bel'Veth in a certain way. But for the kind of character they pitched him as, it just felt really weird. It could have been better. I don't know. I mean, because I feel like these two, they didn't completely break the game in the way that Mord did. I won't put him in fully reverted, but he ended up just kind of worse. It was just a strange thing. There's a reason that he got a second rework. And he got turned into what we have today with Sanuzal. If I were to have any major criticism about Sanuzal over here, is that I still think he should not have been green. I really like the idea of... let me show you one of these real quick. Let's hop into the arcane and find Morty in here. Look how sick Mordekaiser looks in red, dude. Mord looks so good in red. Like, holy fuck, he just should have been red. One, because it looks awesome and intimidating.
28 months of entry fees.
There's
3.
no entry fee. It's not real. Tezion, thank you. The thing that it is with him being green is that post rework he was still technically part of the Shadow Isles, which is ironic that he looks more like a Shadow Isles character here than he does before when he was actually part of the Shadow Isles, because now he has nothing to do with it. It's been a whole point of contention that they had the whole undead realm be the same color as the Shadow Isles, which is supposed to be in limbo. That's why LOR changed them to blue. They tried to change the realm of the dead to blue. And it looks cool in blue. I just think the red looks way more intimidating, way more Noxian. Excuse me, way more Noxian to me personally. But in terms of gameplay, they did turn him into a raid boss. I think if they wanted to take this character and make him the major intimidating threat, they changed his lore, they changed his design, they changed his gameplay, all to make him into the raid boss character. The fact that he sends you to his own realm to 1v1 you, the fact that he actually has all the iron forming together to make a shield for him. The mace feels so much more powerful when it's one big slam instead of just the 1-2 bonk. And the bonk was, for me, the funnest part about the first rework Mordekaiser. I think it was a stupendous character. The only issue is it's kind of like Aatrox, where there's remnants of what was there before, the W spinning around, the big bonk. But the fact they deleted the ghost mode entirely always felt a little sad to me, that they didn't find a way to maintain that somehow. It wasn't great. It wasn't a great ability, granted, but especially for the kind of character that Mordekaiser is, his whole thing is that he steals your soul. He's building a realm of the dead in his name. He's literally using you as bricks. It would have been cool to have the ghost incorporated somehow. I could never put Mordekaiser at perfect. I do think he was a genuine upgrade, though. I would never take the old Mordekaiser over the one we have now. There's a reason he was successful as well. So there's a reason that this thing exists. Look how many skins he's got. If Mord isn't also the pinnacle example of why champion upgrades, or if he isn't the pinnacle example of why VGUs aren't a net positive in the long run, look no further than Mordekaiser. Like, you think all the Mordekaiser would have gotten Project Mord, that he wouldn't got all these legendary skins, all these other ones, Sanuzal even being a thing, prestige skins and such. Old Mordekaiser would have never gotten any of this stuff. Maybe he gets stronger in the death run with every kill. A sacking mechanic might have been interesting, yeah. Because he does gain a piece of your stats. He technically gains a piece of you from using the ult on you, and he gets to keep it for a while. That's something, I guess. He's using your soul to empower himself instead of controlling you. So it technically was kept, but I think the unique part about him was to have the ghost. But it was still really cool. Probably a ghost mode for modern mode. They changed the numbers around. He'd be more interesting. I think there's pieces of it, I think, that could work. And they've tried to do stuff with it before. Like, Neela became the melee bot laner after Mordekaiser, and you see how well she worked out. Yasuo was supposed to be a melee bot laner when they were designing him, and then figured out that he just works better in the mid lane. Like, if you ever wonder why Yasuo has the wind wall and the shield that he gets from moving, it's because they tried to give him ways to be able to counteract ranged bot laners, because that's the role he was originally designed for. Oh yeah, Dunkmaster Mord in Wild Rift, yeah. You think old Mordekaiser would ever get any of that? I highly doubt it. Oh man. So Nico is one of the only mid-scope updates I'm going to put on here. You get the bar at the cinema. We got out of water. I don't know why that... Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, good. My internet's cutting out. Nice. Oh my god, man. I can see the chat, but I can't see the stream. Okay.
Oh, hello.
I think on YouTube it's working. Are we back now? Jesus, man. And now my thing died. This is just the worst. Why is my internet like this, man? I hate it here. It's smooth now. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, my whole goober has collapsed and perished. That's good. That's awesome. Hopefully I can get it working. Stop downloading. That's what I download all the time, of course. Okay, is it just not connecting to it at all now? Am I stuck with a... You guys gonna be stuck with this the whole time? It's not even working. It's nothing. Stare into the abyss, like, or something, I guess. It's just not connecting at all. Okay. Hold on. Why? Why is it like this, man? Why? I never had that before where I disconnect from the internet and then that just disconnects the whole everything. Oh, that... I think I got it. Haha, we're live. Made the mod myself. No, I did not. The tears was the friends we made along the way. Okay. Where were we? I don't remember where we were now. Just completely lost track of whatever we were doing. Nico, that's what... Okay. Ooh. Okay. Nico. One of the only mid-scope updates I have on here. Because hers changed her so drastically. And to me, absolutely for the better. I absolutely love what they did with Nico's rework. And it's not even like they did anything super crazy. They basically just changed how the W works. But the levels to which that changed what you can do on Nico skyrocketed. The amount of skill expression a good Nico from a bad Nico is incredible now. For how much you can deceive and turn into other opponents and even other plants. You can turn into your own like allies, Yorick ghouls, to scare them around. You can do all kinds of wacko nonsense with her now. The whole minion fooling thing is so funny. There's so many interesting and just wacky things you can do with her now that it just changed my entire perception. Before, I loved Nico in general before, so it was just even better to see it happen. But before, the duplicate whole, like, disguising yourself as somebody, one, it would break if you press literally any ability. Now you can charge the ult before you're just before it breaks. But also because her kit was basically just worse Lux in a lot of ways. She had the same bind, then the big damaging pop, and then the big ult blast. But Lux could do it from a much safer distance and honestly would do more damage more of the time and has shields. No, iced coffee. Don't gotta do that. There's no entry fee. I put my volley bear in perfect. This theme. I didn't even consider the themes. I wasn't even thinking about that. Themes are important too. Well, Fiddle still goes in S tier for that, or in perfect tier. He's still got a great theme, so. There's no fee though. Thank you for the $5 though. I appreciate it. Yeah, Nico could just go at every lane. Now she's more of like mid laner support. I really, really love how they changed her. You know what it does? I'm gonna take and cheat a bit. I know we're going at random, but I'm cheating a bit and I'm grabbing U3. The other mid scope. And the other one that was about Deception. And then the final version we have now. Wukong. His rework took so long to come out, he might as well have gotten a VGU. It was a bizarre thing. You had to have been there for it to happen, but to see every like 3 to 4 months a new version of Wukong was out on the PBE and then it got scrapped, and here's another version and it got scrapped, and here's another version and it was just a cycle over and over until we finally landed on the one we have today. And it's better. Like, technically you can do more with the clones now, but maybe my bias is speaking a lot here. I mean, obviously there's bias speaking, but when I liked Wukong, it was Assassin Wukong. Even changed much. Yeah. They put a lot more power into the Q, mainly. And having the fact that you can double do your ult now, that you have the double knockup. Basically what they did is they changed everything about his kit to function as a character that's designed to fight in long fights. Where before, he was an assassin. Modern day Wukong, you'd never think to even use your W as the engage tool, really. That's what your E is for. But before, the stealth lasted longer, and the idea was that you would use that as a way to sneak in. Like, Assassin Wukong was the big thing. If anyone's ever watched any of the old Donkey videos where he's playing ranked, he's playing Assassin Wukong most of the time if he's playing Wukong. That was the character he was famous for, him and Fizz, I think. And the rework basically said, no, you can't do that anymore. No more Assassin. Only Bruiser Wukong exists now. You can only play him top lane Bruiser. No more mid lane Assassin Wukong, nor even they tried to make him jungle and he was still a Bruiser. I miss that Wukong so much, and the fact it took them so long for this version to come out that he basically would have had the whole dev cycle of a proper VGU if they just had a direction they wanted to go with in the first place. But he didn't get one, and he still looks the same way he has since 2010. I think this is like one of the most failure reworks in the whole game for how long it took and what we got in the end. And it's not even a big substantial upgrade from what came before anyway, to me personally. I really don't like what they did with him. Probably that Dunk even played League. Yeah, it's been that long since he quit, eh? Yeah, basically tank Wukong. Yeah, it's like the tanky bruisery one. And then we can get to LeBlanc, who this one you guys need to see for yourself what old LeBlanc did. Technically the rework one. Because if I go to this, it's going to be the same. So the rework LeBlanc, this is one of the only ones, I think actually is the only one here I'm counting out of the Assassin class updates. Because when they changed LeBlanc, they basically changed her entire gameplay pattern. So you know the whole thing with the Q? You throw the Q out, marks the target, then you hit them with some other damage. So for the rework, that was her passive now. Yeah, any ability you get procs this little thing here. Then you hit them again, and that's how you proc it. And the Q was a spread. It was like a rise E. Or was that the spread? No, it wasn't the spread, sorry. It was just that the Q would spread to all marked targets. That's what it was. Yeah. So it's like a multi-hit move now. It doesn't seem like crazy. That seems kind of bad, right? Because now you have to delay your burst, where LeBlanc's whole thing is about one-shotting you instantly. The thing that got me was the ult. The ult was amazing, because if you remove the duplicate clone from the passive, where does it go? It goes to her ult. Because now you don't just duplicate the spell, you duplicate LeBlanc. The thing is, though, that duplicate spell doesn't do any damage anymore. It's all an illusion. Now, on paper, that sounds kind of useless in a way. Not even great. The thing is, though, it's about mind games. So it's about fooling your opponent into thinking, oh, is that the real LeBlanc or is it not? What use is that going to do when you spawn on top of you, though? You know, it's like Shaco things, right? It's like we've seen that before. I don't even show. Yeah, here we go. It was global. She could do it from anywhere. She could be in top lane and spawn it in bot lane. You have no idea. So the whole thing is like she could roam top lane, put the clone bot lane. The clone does the dash, scares the shit out of the ADC. The ADC flashes away in fear because, you know, LeBlanc dashes on you. She's going to one-shot you. Then the clone just disappears. She could be anywhere. She could be anyone. And then he's like, oh, no, she was actually ganking top the whole time. It's hilarious. Yeah, and it was so mind... To me, like, that's LeBlanc. That's what she would do. It's mind games. It's trickery. You're deceiving your opponents. You're thinking 3 steps ahead to make them think that you're the real one, but you're not. It was crazy. Was it balanced? No. And also LeBlanc mains hated it because of the whole delay thing on the burst. It was a disastrous mess. But I don't really like the current LeBlanc kit either. So it's one or two ways, because this one is more thematic to who LeBlanc is as a character, but also was toxic as hell. But the current LeBlanc kit isn't anything like who LeBlanc is supposed to be as a character, and is also toxic as hell. But at least now you can say that LeBlanc at least looks like a real champion. You know, there she is. She doesn't look like... Good God, man. One of probably the worst designs in the whole game, I think. I have also completely forgot that version of her. Because, you know why you might have forgotten? Because she is, I believe, the only instance that any of these class updates were entirely reverted. Most of them have had something partially done or unchanged. Like Sejuani, I believe, has remained the same. Zac had the ult change undone, but he kept the Q change. Kog'Maw, W was reverted, but he kept the ult changes. Rengar, Q change reverted, but kept everything else. LeBlanc was completely undone. Like, the whole rework was just backtracked. So there's almost a level of respect I have for that, weirdly enough, that they were willing to go back that far. Yeah, the Rengar Q change. Ugh. I think this one was like I put this in try again for real this time, because they did. I think the idea that they had there with the global ults being able to have her kit actually based around trickery, which is what her character is supposed to be. It was a fun idea. It just, because it was part of the class updates, where basically they were just doing batches of reworks all at once. And that's usually why a lot of them got reverted in some way, because they didn't have the time like they do with the major VGUs to really flesh out who the character is supposed to be. So a lot of them were kind of just mishmashed weird ideas that didn't really fit super well. So it was like, okay, I see what you're going for. Give it a second shot. And what we got was the LeBlanc that we have today. And they didn't change her kit at all. They made her design a lot better. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the tricky thing about reworks is you don't want to lose the players who played the old character, but you also want to gain new fans, right? It's like, yes, did you lose a lot of the old Mordekaiser fans when you reworked Mordekaiser or Akali or Evelynn? Absolutely, but look how many new fans they have. There's the trade-off and the risk in that factor. Sometimes it doesn't work out, right? With Skarner, he didn't really gain a whole lot of new fans and lost a lot of old fans. It's the gamble you go with. But most of the time, the gamble pays off. partially because they, the old versions look like this. For me, LeBlanc, I put it could have been better because I think she should have used, because I think that she could have used some gameplay tweaking. She looks a lot better now, and they're making him more of a key important character in the storyline and cinematics. At least now she's not just, oh yeah, by the way, LeBlanc's important. Now we actually get to see some of that. Her kit still doesn't make any goddamn sense for the character she's supposed to be. The master manipulator's whole thing is, I kill you with my dash. And the trickery thing is it's so much of an afterthought. It's just a thing that happens when you're about to die. It's just silly. It's iconic, sure. Yeah, both of them. That's the thing. Both kits, or both the. I think the class update kit did a much better job at trying to capture that theme. The rework didn't even try. I think they didn't even try because of that, because they didn't want to have a repeat of this. So I can see kind of why they did that, but I would have rathered if they did give it a try. So I think it could have been better. Miss my old Aurelian. We'll get to Aurelian. He's in here. Oh yeah, the Singed. Oh yeah, we'll get to Singed. Morgana. Morgana, from what I recall, barely changed at all. I think she got movement speed on her W, and that was the big change. Her change was pretty much mostly visual, and visual standpoint, yeah. Big upgrade from what came before. Because before the rework, Morgana and Kale were very much just, here's the evil angel, here's the good angel. Her ult too. No, I'm pretty sure her ult was the same. It's just now she gets a bigger movement speed on it. Yeah, you can see the Warcraft influence on her, especially. Why are her ears so big? I don't know. A lot of characters had elf ears. You ever wonder why Zillion has elf ears or Janna does? It's just a trait of a lot of the old League characters. Didn't only hit one person. I actually don't recall if it did or not. Yeah, Puddle shredding MR. Not shredding MR. Yeah. The stat changes, right? It's mostly visuals. And I think the visuals, obviously the model quality is a lot better. I still always have my gripes with what they did with Kayla Morgana. If you want to have the peak Morgana, to me, that's the LOR one. The whole veiled lady. Look at her. She's beautiful. That's Morgana to me. That is the veiled lady, the disgraced aspect of justice, living out in the wilderness, just a folk tale now. Has a more compassionate sense of justice than her sister. Just wonderful. This one always to me felt, it's a bit too fancy. She looks like she's going for a night out, going to a party, this big elaborate dress, all the furs and the decorative chains, showing the cleavage as well. Just feels odd for her character. They did make her very expressive. I like the big hands, and she shows her teeth a lot. I do like the whole thing they did with their wings. Almost looking like a collar there. That part of her wings are bound. They did a great job, at least with the concept of the design. I think that, again, I think mainly it's just her clothing, I think, could have been more in line with the character she's described to be. But I think she also could have been more interesting gameplay-wise. I think that she still is a little boring. I get that's her whole shtick. Her thing is that she throws the Q out and you're binded. That's her thing. It's just a little boring. It doesn't have the excitement, I think, that doing the big blast of damage like Lux does. I'd put her at, like, either bottom of upgrade or top of could have been better. Right in their gold obsession, yeah. Yeah, I think there were going to be more substantial gameplay changes, and they just decided against it. Yeah, I think I could have been better. I think she could have done with a full proper VGU. Below Fiora, thing is, Fiora is the rework made her toxic. I think that's one thing as well to keep in mind for this is, did the rework make them a toxic abomination? Mordekaiser's that a bit. Fiora, these two, yes. I think it's an important factor because there's definitely one in here that fits that bill more than any. She'll be the Skin Queen soon, yeah. Again, another example of like visual updates help the character a lot. Oh, wow. Mantheon. Speaking of balanced nightmares. What was the year? It wasn't even that long ago that Pantheon became a balancing nightmare where he was just the best character in every role. So, the thing is, from what you had to work with, Jesus. Thing is, he doesn't even look bad, per se. It's more that he is just the most generic Spartan soldier of all time. There's just nothing special about this guy. Got the big grippers, yeah. Look at his posture. That was like weird anatomy and posture. He's all scrunched up. The big ass helmet, the big shield. He was just a Spartan soldier guy. He had nothing else going for him besides that. And he was very, very simple. The spear was point and click. The ult was more of a big circle instead of the whole slamming, I guess, like rectangular move he has now. The one thing that he had, instead of what he has now, where when you'd hit 4 auto attacks or spells in a row, you gain the empowered spell after that. Before, whether it was 4 or 5, I don't remember the count, but it was you'd gain 1 hit of immunity. So the next auto attack you get hit with did 0 damage. But it also applied to towers. So he was amazing at tower diving.
See the wonder.
Yippee 13 months.
13
Getting the
months.
gear in advance was a great decision. I'm happy with that. Nicky
Jesus.
boy popcast, Nicky boy popcast.
I can't believe you could even do that. You could sub years in advance. To hell, thank you for the 13 months, man. I appreciate that. Oh, I guess like all those years in advance as well. Jesus. Yeah, he'd get the immunity immediately. Yeah, he would. And that's why when the rework came out, the E made you immune to tower shots. Excuse me. Because you're immune to everything else in terms of damage, but you're immune to tower shots as well. Granted, you can take damage from behind, so if you are, one brain cell and shoot the E in the opposite direction of the tower, you're still going to get hit by it. But they had to remove that because it just made him too safe. I do miss AP Pantheon as well. Yeah, AP Pantheon was funny. I think, though, that bouncing nightmare is long behind us. I don't think his kit is toxic enough like it has been for some of these other characters that's persisted. And major selling point of this character, he does still have the best champion theme in all of League of Legends. So, hypocritical to say because I think he still has some problems and did have problems. They had to do a little mini rework. A few of these have gotten a little mini rework since they got their VGU, but he's not perfect, but he's perfect. I could never take the old Pantheon over the one we have today. Oh yeah, Rossing theme, yeah. Zahen's theme is incredible too, yeah. Ezreal. What mini rework? Mainly just removing the E complete immunity to towers. Swain's the biggest offender of having a mini rework after getting a VGU. We'll get to Swain. Good old Ezreal. You guys ready to see old Ezreal? Probably one of the better examples of just modernizing the champion, but not doing a complete one-to-one design like some others that we'll get to. They upgraded most of it, like his clothing. You can see the vest is much different. It has more of a proper fur lining up here instead of just the scarf that he had before. He's a lot thinner. They definitely changed his body shape, but I think that's also because Again, all the league characters just have whack-ass proportions. The glove of Nazook looks so much better in the rework version. And also, they barely changed anything about him. They changed his W, which, now he's got he does the little swirls around, and then your next empowered attack does damage. Before, it was just a skill shot that just passed through everything and granted attack speed. But it had a big AP ratio. So if you went AP Ezreal, I think AP Ezreal was much more of a thing before the rework. Tier 1 VG like Victor. Yeah, it's a VG that focuses mainly on the visual side of things, but did some slight gameplay tweaks. YFX was not broken. Yeah, Ezreal is one of those kits that has kind of stood the test of time, except
Nature's surprise.
Jungle Ezreal.
Here's your rework fee.
There's no rework fee. FedEx, thank you for the 10 months, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, the old Ezreal. So, if you fellas have ever seen... yes. Oh, I can just... Right. You ever seen the Samsung White... or Samsung Galaxy skins? Zyra Khan, obviously, like bot laners, Gnar top, Talia mid, Jarvan jungle, Ezreal. Any sane person would think, oh, that's the sub for the ADC. No. For this 1 year, Ezreal jungle was meta-defining. And the guy who picked his skin for that year, One World, decided to have that stay his legacy. That he's the guy who played Ezreal jungle for that year. So he can't even play the character that he got his skin on in the role that he plays. So that sucks. So jungles are psychopaths. I mean, you can still try it today if you want to. I don't know if it will go very well. Like, when I win Worlds, I'll get you an Irish skin. Thanks, dude. Thing is, I could put in an upgrade, but what else could have been changed about him is my thing. Like, what else would have been done? His Pulsefire skin? So I've heard that a lot. I still like his Pulsefire skin a lot. I know a lot of people don't like it, though. Lost against one ranked a long time ago, yeah. Well, it was meta for that year specifically. Kind of rusty by now. I don't know. I feel like his kit still held up quite well. He still gets picked a lot. He's still very popular. Oh, yeah, the animations, I think, right? Yeah, the animations on it changed. Make him canonically gay with Dark should have been good. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's bi. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's mostly confirmed that he's on the spectrum somewhere. He still has the hots for Lux, but I think is it him and Echo in Pulsefire? Or is it Echo and someone else? I don't remember. I know Echo is. But I don't remember if it is Ezreal and Echo specifically. How's he even meet Lux if he's from Piltover? Well, he goes all over the place. He's from Piltover. He's been to Demacia. He's been to the Freljord. He's been all across Shurima. That's how he has the gauntlet in the first place. That's what Jarrow Lightfeather, whenever he says that, Jarrow Lightfeather is his persona that he takes on in Demacia. He takes on all kinds of different personas wherever he goes. I'm surprised it's not a skin, by the way. Even this, right? Like, he went to the Noxus Black Rose party in disguise. So he picks on another whole thing. Although here, they even call him Jarrow Lightfeather here. So they think they're inviting him. Yeah, we have Jarrow and LOR. Yeah, it was one of the last new cards we got. I don't know where I feel like he'd kind of have to go in perfect because what else would change? I think it was just a character who just needed a visual update. He's iconic. Looks cool. Matches the kind of character he's supposed to be personality-wise at all. Also, I just like that he is just he's egotistical, but he's pathetic at the same time. I like that balance. Something about characters having massive egos that never get unchecked or questioned at all really rub me the wrong way. Like a lot of people will crack jokes about Aurelia and Zoe as well, right? Or Alawi has her moments of more somberness. But Ezreal's just kind of like a pathetic baby. But he's trying to be a lot bigger of a man than he is. I like that about him. He is weird, yeah. I'd probably keep him in. Yeah, I'd probably bottom of perfect because I think there's other reworks that did a even better job than they did with him. As in Tark was the ship, yeah. A lot of that though, back in the day, wasn't even serious shipping though. It wasn't even that long ago. It was still like Tarek being gay was a joke. That was like, haha, he's gay, laugh. So, but I think he's taken a lot more seriously now. You gotta remember what Tarek used to look like. Why not? Well, where is he? Tarek. Do they have the old model on here? I hope they do. Fuck. Gems. Truly outrageous. There he is. There's old Tarek. The Gem Knight. He doesn't talk about gems enough anymore. That's true. That was the key part of his character. So he was a botanist from another dimension. And he had gem powers. He had the point and click stun. Was he AP? Was he AD? Who knows? Could have been anything. He's he was a meme joke of a character. That's the reason that the whole age of the fifth age Tarek, whatever the hell that skin's called. What's this thing? Armor of the Fifth Age, yeah. The Armor of the Fifth Age Tarek was just a joke because it was just pink Tarek, whoever, and they leaned into the joke a lot on the rework. That, oh yeah, he's fabulous. I think the whole thing is that it was constantly joked about being. Oh my, jeez. Verzer, you don't have to do that. Thank you for the 5 channel memberships, though. I appreciate it. You don't gotta do that, though. Scion Tarek bot lane. Oh, yeah, the double point click stuns. Want to share the love? Oh, thank you, man. You don't gotta do that. I appreciate it, though. I think before the rework, Tarek's whole thing, or like a community meme was, portraying him as overtly flamboyant. And I think they definitely leaned into that. They wanted to make it intentional in the rework. And I think they did a great job. Look how fabulous he is. But the thing is, he's funny, but it's not a joke. I think that's what I like about it. They lean to that nature. It's like he's got the long hair. He's super pretty and he's super kind and helpful and very much a romantic man. But that's part of his character intentionally now, instead of just some weird headcanon and a little bit of a spite from some community ideas. He is a man. The big brother vibe. Like, this is a guy that like you genuinely want to hang out with. He's just a genuinely good guy. And also leaning into his kit, the whole idea of him really making all of his moves about helping allies. Like, oh, I will help you. I'll connect the shields to you and heal from you. And because I'm connected to you, you can then help others from my help. It creates like, what's the quote? Oh, God. I was going to say and then I forgot what it is. One good act always sparks another. So like from Klaus. That's the vibe I get a lot from Tarek. He's a bit clunky, though. Admittedly, he's kind of struggled to find a proper place in any sort of meta because he is an enchanter tank hybrid. Usually these hybrid characters struggle to find a place, so they're kind of forced into somewhere else. Unless we forget, probably the biggest stain on his career is Funnel. The Funnel. Oh, God. I'm so happy that's a thing. If you ever wonder why role quests are a thing, or you get punished for swapping or lane swapping or going around, you can blame shit like funnel strategy. Yeah, and Funnel was after the rework. Yep. Because it was just, he didn't have the invulnerability like he does now. It was just a mess. And I think that only surfaced a while after the rework. So it wasn't like his rework came out and like, oh god, here's the thing we can do. What was that? Funnel strategy was basically you'd pick Master Yi or Karthus or some other jungler hyper carry that really goes well off getting a lot of gold. You get Taric in the mid lane. Basically, you help the Yi or Karthus or whoever clear the camps as fast as humanly possible, and then let the Yi or whoever, and that's, we'll use Yi because there's mainly Taric Yi. Let the Yi also take all the mid lane CS. So basically, the jungler is getting 2 lanes worth of golden experience. And the Taric, because you don't need levels, just give the Yi the invulnerability and the shield and the stun. That's all you need. And so you just have a... Oh, yeah, you even do it with Kaisa as well, right? You could do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it was mid... you just have the support there. And it branched out to stuff other than champions like Taric, but he was the main one. It got to the point where there was one time where Faker did it. Where, like, can you imagine Faker playing Taric, getting no farm, no CS, doing nothing just to let his jungler be the star player? That seems so unfaker to me. I get he's a team player. He plays a lot of team player characters, but that feels like too far of an extreme. Yeah, it was a dark age. So that's the one big stain he has. And the fact that, I mean, he kept the point. Is that big enough a stain to keep him out of Perfect? I think that was kind of nasty. That was kind of nasty. And the fact that he has struggled to find a place. I think you can't argue that Pantheon or Ezreal or like these guys have struggled to find a place. Like, they're still pretty popular to this day. Taric, his popularity didn't improve that much post rework. I think that's also an important factor. So I struggle to consider him perfect in that regard. Not as good as Mord. I feel like they're on equal footing. They both have some kind of major stain that stops them from being perfect. Been next to Ezreal for the memes. I'll try and organize it so. More probably Yi than Taric, but Taric was the one who enabled it, though. Yi didn't see any play outside of it, and Yi was in the game for ages. It was mainly just a cause of shifting trends and stuff. And again, Taric kind of struggling to find a proper place, even in the current meta, without Funnel. You know, you don't see Taric that much because he is an enchanter tank hybrid. Usually the supports, you want either the full tank engaged character or you want the full enchanter. Going halfway, it means he doesn't excel in any direction. He just kind of is a good all-rounder, but not enough for where the support environment really wants that. He's the helper complex, people. Thing is, I'm saying all that, not like I don't like him. I love him. I think he's great. I love Taric.
Wonder.
What Nicky Boy stream at a time good for Euro lads? Impossible.
That was one time. It was one spur of the moment stream I did. It was one time. Thank you, Rebecca, for the 54 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you can play him top lane as well. Top lane Taric's fun. Jungle Taric, but it's, you know, those are clear off-meta things that you can do, but not the best. And he was clearly designed to be a support. Would you believe Nidalee got a model update? Would you believe that? I don't know if it will be on here. It is not on here. But I do have it in here. There she is. That's the original. One of the earliest model updates was Nidalee. She looked like that before. She didn't look too much different. She definitely animated worse, I can tell you that much. Let me see if I can find a video on it. Old Nidalee Champion Spotlight. It'll probably be, let's see, 12 years ago. Is there one? This one? Nope, there's the model update because it was long time ago. What if I type in Nidalee Season 2? There's no way it was that early. That's... I think this... There she is. Look at her go. Look at her walk.
Be the wonder.
Look at her
44
go.
months of entree fees. Jin would be proud of me. D. Why did I join on Dolly having one line of cover for her assets? Nikki Boyster.
Thank you, Marsha. 44 months. Jeez, thank you. There's no fee, though. Jin would be proud, though. I appreciate it. She's looking at her like she's about to do a number 2. Yeah, it's... Because you think Nidalee looks bad now. She looked terrible. So she got a model update. And the thing is, she is in the Maokai place where she got updates at completely different intervals. Where she got the model update really early on. Then she got gameplay update stuff. She got particle effects updates even later on. And now she got the voice line updates. She has essentially been upgraded in every single way now. Oh, even she got some of her splash arts updated. For no reason. They didn't even change the designs. They just updated some of her old splash arts for some reason. So she's been updated in pretty much every single way except having a proper modern design. But then LOR gave us that. And I need it. I think the only thing stopping them... There she is. Oh. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. This design is amazing, man. So, now that they've done pretty much everything except the design, the only thing stopping her from getting a model update now is honestly because she has the Shyvana problem. It's because if they want to go and update her, they have to do 2 models every time. And look how many skins she has. I think she might take more work for models than for any other champion at the moment. Like, you have to do all that and double it. Because you have to do the Paka form. Granted, for the base design, you don't have to do anything for concepting her. Because you have the new design. They are a multi-billion-dollar company. It's true. It's true. I don't think they can't afford it, no. It's a matter of all these companies have things. They have specific amounts of resources, and they have to delegate those resources to certain parts of whatever they're working on. And even if a company has seemingly infinite money, they will not spend infinite money. So if they have resources that they deem more worthwhile to spend elsewhere, then, you know, they're not going to do it. Fair. Another legendary for Lee Sin, precisely. What's going to make them more money immediately? Another Lee Sin legendary or updating Nidalee? I think it's immediately, yes, Lee Sin will, but VGUs are an investment. It's hard to justify it now, though, because League is 16 years old. When it was in the earlier stages of the game, it was easier to justify doing so many reworks because they're trying to bring things up to modern standards and they think it's going to go on for a lot longer. The lifespan of League nowadays, who knows? Yeah, they can afford it. Doesn't mean they'll earn more money doing it, yeah. So, also, yeah, her design... It's like a palette cleanser every time, man. The Vastaya influence, the big fur collar, the tattoos, the way the spear is, the hair, even the color palette mixing with the greens. Yeah. Reverted. Basically, what yeah, it just sucks. Get it out. Duh. Caitlin. Garriman. So. The thing is, it's not as bad as you remember. Until you remember it is as bad as you remember. Good God. Good God, man. What the fuck? That is the thing. My forever favorite way that Caitlyn has ever been described is that Caitlyn looks like she's doing a porn parody cosplay of herself. It is awful. This is the Sheriff of Piltover. Really. Really. Ugh. Much better. And they cleaned her up a lot. And they kept the purple intact. They kept the big hat. I think this is where we started to really see the more Asian influence for her. She wasn't really like that before. Clearly. It was mainly a whole big part of the cleanup. And because of Arcane. Though I think maybe did Arcane influence it first? I don't remember. What did Vi see in the old model? We got to remember what old Vi looked like. Or I say old Vi like the current Vi doesn't still exist. All right, when we think of Vi now, you know, you think of this, right? You think, oh, Vi, of course, Vi. Everyone loves Vi. She looks so cool and awesome. And then you start to understand. Vi never got the visual update. She still looks like this. They'll influence it first. Might have. I mean, the League influenced Jax, so it's hard to tell. Things are in design hell, like going around all the time. I think 2xKO Vi is probably my favorite we gotten, yeah. No, Vi is nowhere near as bad as Caitlyn. Absolutely not. But then, to me, that's an apples to oranges. This is just an actual, like, Vi is just a bit of a mess. Kind of all over the place. It feels so much of her design feels completely random and out of place. Just does not feel in line with Piltover much at all anymore. Still got the twig arms. But then Caitlyn's just a dumpster fire. This is just like no part of this makes any goddamn sense. It is just fan service with no purpose. Oil and water. That's them. So they didn't really change her gameplay at all. I think they removed bugs from her was the main thing that they did. Gameplay, they didn't really change her much at all. Change her voice lines, change her design to make it more up to date. And it's not the best version of Caitlyn. I think probably either the Arcane one or 2xKO is probably my favorite design of Caitlyn. I like the blue on her more honestly than the purple, but I get why they kept the purple. It's iconic. So I think she could have used some gameplay tweaks. She did get a mid scope, it's true. That was when they did the big 80 carry class update. So I guess she did get gameplay tweaks overall before. It's just she never felt like the sniper character to me, even today. Comparing Caitlyn's sniper prowess to Jhin, you don't feel like a sniper when you're playing Caitlyn. You got the Q sort of long range, but it's kind of whatever. What the hell is that? I don't even know what I'm looking at there. Or like Unified now. I honestly dislike the art style. It could be so smooth and Pixar-like for a lot of champions. Few of them, yeah. Usually I think for like the Pixar whimsical Disney stuff, they're going for the younger characters a lot. It was a big design direction to move away from the really grungy Warcraft style. They wanted to make them a bit more of their own thing. So, yeah, just headshot proccing abilities. Yeah, I think they could have done some more for her, but still an upgrade. I feel Sniper Fantasy for any character. Jhin is better than a Kate, but he still feels like an AD mage. True, but the ults and the W I feel like are the biggest parts. Xerath, I guess, kind of feels like a sniper a bit. Yeah, a weird sniper. But if you want the gun sniper, Jin for me is like, he's the pinnacle of that currently in League. Oh, Marasmus. I doubt old Nasus model will be on here. Because he was purely visual. Good old Susan. There he is. There he is. Even more like Anubis in his original. Terror. So the really funny thing that I always like about old Nasus, and why I'll be excited to play him again in League Classic, is because for most characters, when they get a visual update, even if it's just like, I guess Singed. Singed kept all his old voice lines, or usually if they do even a visual update like LeBlanc or Jin Zhao, right, like they'll get new voice lines. Nasus is funny because all of his old voice lines are the same. It's just a new voice actor. And the old voice actor was good.
Thropomancy, divination by entrails. I bring death. Soon there will be nothing. Life is part of a cycle.
He sounds so bored. He sounds so bored. They did not care. I bring death. Oh, it was, yeah, just nothing character. I think for me, I'd give it a try it again sometime. I think Nasus, he looks a lot better, but I think you could do a lot more with him. I think you could really move him away more from just being purely Anubis. They've done more, you know, especially with the visual updates and stuff and how they changed Shurima. But you look at some of the Shurima Ascended that we got in LOR, how the Darken look, and Nasus has kind of fallen behind after all these years. Because I think the visual update was in like 2013, 2012. It's been a long time. And you could do some more with his characterization as well. And certainly his kit is iconic. So I'm not sure how you would change his kit, but it's always been problematic because of its iconicness, I suppose. Make him look more like Lucario. Yeah, you can do some stuff with it. So I'd say, yeah, try again for real this time. Give him a proper VGU. Don't even have to go like, you know, I'm not asking for fiddlesticks, but even like an Ezreal level 1, you know. Make his E function a little differently, or his Wither not horrible. Something like that. Oh, a dash on his E, of course. The classic. And make sure his Q should instead just give attack speed, I think, as well. That would be good. Bah. Okay, so I'm just going to, like, this one again. Try again for real this time. There's another one where you might not know this happened. Yeah, she is. Isn't she splendid? Isn't she wonderful? Why is she smiling? She's not. That is lipstick. That is not teeth. And you know why we need to try again? I think one, because her kit is quite boring. I think they could definitely do with some upgrades there. But where is she? Oh yeah. Yes. That's not the image I'm looking for. There it is. Look at that, dude. Hell yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's better. That's better. The furs. the patterning, the decoration, it's not just random thighs showing in the frozen weather. Looks cool, man. She looks cool. Pardon the whatever. Looks so much better. Look at that, and then you look at Ash that we have today. Yuck. Yuck. Thing is, they improved her model. It's crazy how bad she still looks. Her animations are still so stiff and clunky. Her design is still terrible, but it was a model update. This one, you know, I'd even put... No, because I can't put them lower than that. Because it was still better. And we do have... Where'd it go? We do have the roots of what could be made. Yeah, Wilder Dash is kind of in the middle. It's better, it's for sure. I think this is the best version to me by far, though. This is nice. Bit of a middle ground. She doesn't need to be bulked up, too. I see people say that she should have armor. I don't think that's the case either, though. Like, she's supposed to be swift and nimble. And her whole tribe is more of the peaceful kind. I think having the contrast of these big, bulky, armored-up characters with the Winter's Claw compared to the Avarosans, it should be a bit more friendly, approachable. Like, she looks like she's a lot more capable now, but also friendly. Fur helps a bit, too. But, yeah, Ash needs something proper eventually. Especially because she's got so many skins, but I think that's also probably why she's not getting any. Because it's going to take too long to make too many damn skins. Yeah, I think she'd probably do like to be a little bit more muscular as well, right? Considering how hard it is to use a bow. That is the Still Here version. Yes, it is. It's the cinematic one. Well, that's also, yeah, good point. They updated her voice lines as well. They gave her new voice lines, and they have her voice actress on call, clearly. Bring her back for LOR and all the legendary skins, so... And the white fur really helps a lot, yeah. Poopy. Oh boy. Is old Poppy on here? It is not. But the horrors must bear witness. Oh, there she is. There she is. Oh boy. Oh boy. Old Poppy Champion Spotlight. Let me see. Did they ever make one? I guess this guy made his own. Yes, Poppy's whole thing...
Significantly increases this.
Oh my god, this quality's wonderful. Look at her. God. Oh god. From what I remember the biggest thing about Poppy was her ult.
Use. Thank you.
What a terrible day to have eyes.
Oh. The worst gameplay in the game. Yeah, so Poppy's ultimate was a targeted ability. You press it on the opponent, and it does nothing to that opponent. However, you can no longer take damage from any other source besides that opponent for like 8 seconds or some shit. So what happens is the Poppy goes into a team fight, ults the support, and nobody can touch her. She's just invulnerable. To towers as well, mind you. Invulnerable to everything. She cannot be damaged by anything besides that one character. It might have amplified the damage against the opponent too, yeah. It was horrible. It was bad. Oh god. So... And all the rest of her kit was just so much of a nothing burger either, from what I remember. It was just point and click bonk. So in short, Mord ulti. But Mord ult didn't let you hit everybody else at the same time too. Mord ult at least sends you to 1v1, and that's the point. Poppy was just, hey, That teammate can't hit me. I'm gonna hit everyone else though. Are we gonna get that old Poppy in League Classic? Assumedly so. Assumedly. At least for Easter. The thing is, can you realistically put Poppy in Perfect when she kind of just, they scrapped the entire character and made something new? She was actually the second major rework. Scion was the first, and then I think Poppy was the second. In this case, yeah, it was like, was the old version so abysmally terrible that it was worth it to scrap and start from scratch? Thing is, too, is there will always be old fans of these characters. Was there anyone that unironically loved old Poppy? I can see people who unironically loved old Galio. Me? You're a brave soul. Yeah, there's just... I think on the merit, I'll put her at the bottom of Perfect. I hate her. Keep it in mind. I hate fighting this champion. In my like top 20 champions, I hate fighting the most. I cannot stand fighting Poppy. But at least she's fun. And everywhere else, I don't see her that much. I just don't like getting one shot by the tank that's running at me at Mach 30. But the old version was terrible also. So I'll leave her there. This barely counts. This barely counts. Try again. Barely counts, man. It's barely a texture update. Barely even a texture update, man. Captain Fortune was I cannot believe she hasn't gotten a visual update at this point. No, wait, I can, because you know why they haven't done it? You know why. You know why. That's why. That would be a lot of work. That would be a lot of work. Especially because they're not going to do it because she sells skins anyway. People buy her new skins anyway. So what does it matter? And I don't know if this is even real. So correct me if I'm wrong on this. I might have gassed myself into thinking this is true. I'm fairly certain she was supposed to get voice line updates at some point. And they were partially recorded and then they undid them. Because they got too much backlash from the Misfortune mains. I need to fact check that somewhere, but I recall that being a thing. At least update her animations. Her animations are... This design doesn't match her character at all. Which is funny that, like... I think I mentioned this in the Rapid Fire review, but MVP Misfortune... This is more like OG Misfortune than I think we've ever seen a skin in over a decade. It's just kind of like super flirtatious, confident, like, haha, I'm the sexy pirate gun lady. That's what, like, this skin is all about that. You just put over base Misfortune's model over these animations, and there you go. That's the model upgrade right then and there for Misfortune. Oh yeah, she still has the summoner voice line, yeah. So this one, Misfortune, you barely got a texture update. You've had particle effects updates, some gameplay tweaks, but you need the full shebang. She could be so cool. Captain Misfortune, super awesome. So I really like them to make a proper one. Garen. I mean, if they don't have old Poppy, they wouldn't have old Garen on here, right? No. But I do. There he is. Garen. Maybe the most Warcraft looking thing that existed in the game? Maybe the most Warcraft looking thing. He also did just have a full real sword slammed down into the ground instead of the weird Halo sword he does now. Thing is, League Garen, of the Garens that exist between LOR, Wild Rift, he still is the worst looking Garen. Also, he did get a rework. He was part of the Juggernaut rework. Oh, forgot how it even worked. He had the Nemesis system. I don't even remember how it worked. If I recall, it was like an early iteration of the bounty system almost, where it was like the opponent on the enemy team who was the strongest would be marked as the villain by Garen. And I think Garen just did extra damage to that villain. Or if I'm misremembering, I'm probably like missing some details, but it was he'd be able to just do more to whoever was the strongest opponent on the team. He was designed to shut down the enemy carry. True damage, right? Oh my god. Yeah, so that got under. That's what I mean with like most of these reworks got reverted. Would they ever rework Garen again though? Is Garen's kit too iconic at this point for them to change anything? He's boring. But his whole shtick is being boring and easy. Kind of his personality too. I'll put him in try again. Good, give him another shot. We could get an updated Garen. It'd be nice. Even just a visual update, like having him be more modern. He looks really nice in all the modern cinematics. They clean up his armor a lot. Like in Wild Rift, he looks pretty good. I like how he looks in the Salvation cinematic. Yeah, he's the brain dead character. That's his point. Nothing wrong with Garen's kit. I think for the kind of character he's supposed to be, yeah. I wish he could be a little bit more exciting. Have a little bit something else in there, but. Oh, this one is the Great Divide. The Great Divide on Lauren Solio. Oh boy, the Great Divide. Oh shit. Okay. If I were to be totally biased and only take my opinion into account here, without any influence at all from like how ASOL mains feel about it, how the wider public feel about it, he'd go here. That being said, I don't think he deserves that spot. Greatest, that's actually a good way. Greatest rework, worst rework. I think they did an amazing job at capturing the celestial, most powerful god dragon fantasy through the rework. The fact that he breathes fire, throws the comet down, a scaling character that gets more and more powerful, the black hole and stuff flying around that doesn't get interrupted by literally everything. It's so cool. But you gotta feel bad for the ASOL mains, man. Like, they had a small but dedicated fan base who they committed themselves to learning that character.
5 sub promise feed.
There's no promise feed. Michael, you better not. I appreciate when you do it, but you don't have to. Or just the normal sub is fine enough. You don't even have to do that. I appreciate it. Yeah, the old one would never get a legendary or mythic scam. I think that's evidence that at least he's more popular now. It was a meme that he was so unpopular, that no one played him because he was so awkward and weird. I think there were possible ways to work around it, though. The whole thing, he had an Earth where he'd gain more stars as the game went on, or the fact that in the rework they changed his fly that it doesn't get interrupted by everything. The biggest one that got me was, especially when I was recording footage for him for the rework, and for the season rewinds and stuff, if you so much as hovered over Lux E, unactivated Lux E, by the way.
May the sun warm you
Michael!
all of your days.
You don't have to do that. Mike, I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You don't have to. If you so much as hovered over Lux E, you flew over it, you'd get stopped. You'd get stopped by literally everything. It was just the worst feeling ever. It felt so helpless half the time. The fact that your Q, for the longest time, you couldn't instantly reactivate it. So the only way you could activate the Q again is if it reached the outer circle of the stars. So if someone was right on top of you, you couldn't stun who was immediately on top of you. Imagine if you're playing Anavia and you have to wait a half second before you can press Q again. That's what it was like. And the fact that you had the big whole galaxy growing big, awesome. So cool. Did like 3 damage. It sucked.
It's reassuring how alone
Michael.
we aren't.
Okay. Thank you for gifting another sub, Michael. The old Aesol was such a disastrous mess, and it sucked because his design is so cool. He was such an awesome character. I think he saw some pro play, but they're scared, right? Because he's so weird and technical. He has such a massive learning curve, but was the result really worth all that effort? If you love the character design and personality, then yeah, probably. And that's why he had such a dedicated fan base. So you have to feel really bad for all of them. They will never get to play that version. He's completely different. And I think maybe probably why they didn't do any more CGUs after him. So I think he goes in there. I think it's both ways. I think his new kit is just a wonderful execution of the kind of character he's supposed to be now. For someone like me, who I wanted to learn Aesol. I got all the way to Mastery 7 on the old version, back before, when Mastery 7 was the cap before. I got all the way to Mastery 7 on him. I forced myself to learn him because I just loved the character of Aurelion Sol so much. But I could not stomach that gameplay. It was awful. I hated it. But on the other hand, completely deleting it for the people who are passionate and did dedicate time to learn that character, that sucks. And arguably, his new kit can be very toxic at times. So, your mileage will vary. I think there is just 2 entire camps of this character. There's some people who love the new rework and some people who still just hate it. So, I completely understand both sides of the coin. But my list, and I will put him in upgrade. Yeah, there is also the element of losing something super unique to the game, right? The rotating stars. Duh. Sejuani. Okay, we will definitely not have a render of old Sejuani on the model viewing website, but I do have... Don't I? Do I not? I do not. Really? Oh, no. No, that's traditional Sejuani. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's the old. That's the skin. Sejuani, whatever. Oh god! Look at the way Bristle moves. So she was one of the first major purely visual updates. Because her, Karma, and Trundle was when they really started to get a bit more crazy on visual updates and change more besides just polygon count. It wasn't until we got to Scion that we really started to get adjustments to gameplay as well. Yeah, the bikini armor. And they changed her a few times. They had the whole W spin around thing. She didn't have the... Excuse me. Thing she had before, she has now with the whole stacking auto attack thing. Those gameplay tweaks were like Maokai, where it came later. That was during the tank class update. I think that was her, Maokai, and Zac all got big gameplay tweaks at the same time. I think they did a much better job. My problem with Sejuani is she's kind of boring. She's just kind of a little boring. Missed the AoE all. It was more about like the initial burst than the kind of delayed one it is now. It feels, you know what it feels like to me though? You compare this one to the Sejuani that we have today. It's not like a bunch of other reworks where it feels like we're trying to reinvent the character. This feels like the second draft. You know what I mean? Like, we have the original design. All right, let's go back and refine this a bit. Let's make the boar a bit more boar-like, have a bit more monstrous elements. The armor's not just a bikini. You know, but we keep the helmet, we keep the blue, we keep the mace, we keep a lot of stuff. It feels like we're just gonna try and innovate on this a bit. But I think you could have done even more. And yeah, I think the gameplay still hasn't held up super well for me. I still find her very, very boring. And you know what she's missing? One, I think still having the cleavage window's weird. Scars. Lots of them. She's got one little mark here. Lots of scars, man. She had scars all over her. Battle damage and shit. Look like she should not be taking care of herself well at all. Because that's the Winter's Claw way. We fight for survival off scraps and nothing burgers. That's all we do. She shouldn't be so cleanly put together. Bristle's cool. Bristle's nice. I do like in more recent years they've tried to really ham up the idea that it can be other animals besides a boar. Yeah, give me the grime and the dirt of any character. She needs it a lot. So I think you could take another stab. Could have been better, but not bad. Oh! Oh no, it's a tough one. Oh god. Okay. Well. Oh boy. Another tough one. The Scorner. So I can speak from the perspective of a Scorner main pre and post rework. And I think I should. Can I add a. Oh, I can. Let me. Hold on. I can do this real quick. Hold on. I can remedy this situation, and we could add we can add the old Scorner to the list. Why I didn't need to switch over to that. What am I doing? Let's get that. Wait, where'd it go? Heh. Oh, I changed the file name. That's why. Let me grab that and one of these. Scorner. Where are you? Scorner. There you are. Toss you in there. And just real quick. There we go. Export. Make a little Skarner asset. And Skarner. Okay. And then I should be able to just browse and add it. There we go. Haha, and now we have both. Okay. Scorner. Tricky subject. Because in this case, we're talking about post and pre-rework. Because he had the Juggernaut class update. Skarner was kind of a disaster. I'm a 1 million mastery point OTP. Old Scar was way more fun. The speed single target held the game overall because of old Scar was meta, such as Season 10 with speed MRM. He was so unplayable to play against. I had something like 9% on this patch at D1 lobbies. Well, I'm not 1 million mastery points. That's a lot. I can't play any character that much. But I have played a whole lot of Skarner. I think he's my... I think at this point he's now my second or third highest mastery champion. So, obviously, I have a lot of nostalgia as well for the old version. I love the Scorpion Boy. That being said, the Juggernaut class update the Spires thematic. Yes, very thematic. Poetic that the character's whole thing is that his race was genocide and has all his stuff taken away from him. Gameplay pattern, half the time your passive is ripped away from you by the enemy. And it means that you can't play Skarner top lane without having no passive at all. And then yeah, and then they did the whole Seraphine thing to him. Like they just, he was a joke. He was a joke. There were things that were good about the update, though. I think the changes to the E were really good. Being able to spam the Q more consistently was good, too. The problem is that when he released, if I recall correctly, now that I have a Skarner, OTP, you could probably fact check me on this. Skarner was so weak for so long, and they kept buffing him over and over and over and over and over again. It wasn't working. They weren't making him stronger. And then finally decided to buff his mana costs, which was the real problem. That he just couldn't do anything. You had to spam abilities and you couldn't spend mana on it. And then because they buffed the mana costs, all those other buffs stacked on top of it, just boom, skyrocketed, super OP. And so then they had to kind of go back and scrap it. Yeah, he became a monster, yeah. And so they had to go back and scrap him. And then they did the Juggernaut class update, gave him the Spires and the Q. Now you have to hit the skill shot first before you can stun. And became stupidly strong again, and then they gutted him into the ground again. He had no... I feel like he didn't have any point on that rework where he wasn't either broken top character in the whole game or garbage worst character in the whole game. He became a meme. Yeah, he has like so many different versions, yeah. Oh yeah, I do think they should have a traditional Skarner skin for sure. They had no idea. I would put him with Morty. I think they ended up doing it worse than before. Yeah, there's just too many problems. They had no idea what to do with old Skarner. And I loved him. I loved speeding around on the rift, the big silly scorpion lad, going stun, drag him, pull you into your tower. I was like, get over here. All that. Like, he was fun. I have so many fond memories. And I'm very excited to play him again. You know, League Classic's coming. It's going to be great to be able to play old Skarner again. But he was a mess. He was a fucking mess. And the problem is, new Skarner's also a mess. And same situation where I love new Skarner as well. I love how they turned him into this giant kaiju beast. The fact that he can slamming 3 people with the ult now, that you can actually drag people under tower without needing the ult in the first place, the combo of running through the wall, slamming you with the boulder. Oh, he's so cool now. He's also too good. He got stuck in pro play hell. And also the fact that if you like Skarner for being a crystal scorpion, well, you lost half of it, right? He's still a scorpion beast, and I'd argue a much better scorpion beast. He's not just a scorpion, turning him into a proper kaiju with more kind of crab-related claws, the 3 stingers, giving him the face that makes him look like he can actually emote human expression, so you get that semblance of he's actually an intelligent creature, giving some context and lore to Ishtal. Awesome. What does it mean for Hextech? Still don't know. If you like the crystal aspect about him, tough out of luck, especially because we didn't get a traditional skin. And then his whole kit being way too pro play skewed, and they have to nerf him into the ground over and over and over again. It's a bit of a mess. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the Swain treatment down the line where he gets a mini rework of some variety. I love him. Does he go and try this again? I feel like I'd put him in could have been better. A lot of things went wrong, but a lot of things went right. I don't think he deserves to go and try this again. Like it wasn't a complete and total failure. There's still a lot of things I love about him. I can't put him in try again. Try again is like we didn't like actually do a proper rework, or like worse than before, it feels more like total failure. Oh yeah, I think the lore he's huge. I think the splash art is just bad. Not composition wise. I think that whoever the artist was behind the splash art, they didn't get the proper semblance of scale. I don't think Skarner actually is that big, because that doesn't make any goddamn. Or so he's not the splash art. So the splash art got it right. I think the splash art, that's how big he's really supposed to be. He's kaiju size, but he's not the size of the entire capital of Ishtal. Because what do you mean? There's a whole pod of these things running around. I think the scale they had in the concept art, I think having him be kaiju size is cool, but not so enormously like mountain sized is a bit too much. Like Malphite size feels about right. But there's still, I think this is also Aurelian rules where there's going to be a lot of people who still really like the rework. And I think a lot of things about the rework, even if they got shuffled around, keep things intact a lot. The whole Q spam, having the enhanced auto attacks on it, you have the W shield, you can still go fast with the E, the alt, dragging people in. And I really like Skarner top feels so much better now because you can actually drag people into tower. You can do a whole combo with you, spin them around, drag them with the, you don't even need the alt now technically. Also, have you ever tried the ARAM trick where you snowball? You hit them with a snowball the moment you land, press E and just do a loop-de-loop and pull and you just yoink them back in your team. You're like you are the Blitzcrank hook. It's really funny. But a lot of what people enjoyed about old Skarner was the speed, and they made him a lot slower, both in just how much you auto attack with the Q, how much he moves around the map. He is slower than before, and I think that was a big deal breaker for a lot of people. He was a very ADHD champion before. He's not so much anymore. You know, I think a new row is in order. I think so. Let's add a row above here. Let's change the colors. Oops. That can stay yellow. You can be that green. Oh, okay. Okay. How about this? How about improved, but major. Oop. Improve. How's that? That feel fair? That thing is lined up properly. Does Aurelian go in there? I'm thinking about it. My heart of hearts tells me Aurelian goes in there. Maybe so it's on the leaderboard yet, but a bit upgrade. So yeah, because I love what they did with him, but I think maybe it's fair. Garrett and Mord. I don't know. I don't even know if I'd put. I don't know. Mord was just a disaster, man. His character was some fucking mess. This one, I think he's generally on the better side. There was more about Mord that was kept intact than Skarner. For real, come on, man. Do it for real this time. For real this time. Do they even have footage of old one? So, the really interesting part about Singed update, you might notice the animations are the exact same, but the model isn't. This was a weird case where they literally updated the polygon count and nothing else. He was the same every other way. No gameplay changes, no nothing, just the polygons. And he looks better. He does look better. But he's still, there's so much you could do with Singed, man. There's so much you could do. The passive. That was later. That wasn't with this. The passive run change was much later on. Yeah. When they did the update, it was the same. Which the passive update was really good. I like that. But they need to give him something proper. Just starts vomiting green, you know. The conundrum you run into with Singed is how do you do it? You know, how do you upgrade such an iconic kit while having it make sense? He has a LeBlanc problem where his character doesn't make any goddamn sense with the kit he has. Yeah. So what do you do? Like, and it's not like Aurelion, where Aurelion was a meme, sure, but don't chase Singed is just like a staple of the League community. Everyone knows about Singed. Aurelion was just like, he was a meme, but it was like, he was in a meme in the way that people forgot he existed. Singed, people know about Singed, especially because of Arcane as well. So it's like, what do you do? But that's what makes me want to see them tackle him. What could they do to justify this? And it would help us see what he's been doing after Arcane. I don't know about you. I don't like the idea that we're never going to know anything about Vi, Jinx, Warwick, Caitlyn, Singed, Victor. Like, Victor's dead. Like, that would suck if after Arcane we don't know anything about those characters ever again. I want to see how their narrative progresses somewhat. So, I'd like to see them give it a try. I put him at the top of try this again, in fact. I want to see it more than any of these guys. Maybe Misfortune deserves it more. Like Overwatch shortcut. Yeah, like something. Doesn't even have to be a new champion. When there's supposed to be a new Noxus show, it was assumed. Shen. Okay, am I gonna get put across the fire if I say the community collectively gaslit itself into thinking, like, we all collectively gaslit ourselves into thinking Shen was just a super honest, noble champion? They're like, oh yeah, Shen is so cool and so fair and honest and fun. Fuck that guy. I hate fighting Shen. I hate fighting Shen. What do you mean he has a global ult that can help from anywhere, that does a bajillion health shield, and he's the tank killer? And he can build whatever the hell he wants and it works. He does 8 trillion damage in 1 second. Why does he level 1 kill everything? I hate him. I hate him. And for the longest time, there was the whole community says like, oh yeah, no, all the Shen players, they're all just noble team players. They play to help their team. No, they don't. No, they don't. Why does he do so much damage? Why does he look like that? How come they only updated half his animations and kept his voice lines? Yeah, I'm putting him in try again. Give him a proper one this time with new model, new voice lines, proper new animations. Granted, the old kit was boring as sin, but River Shen was funny. You know, he just threw the swords. Do we even get old Shen on here? No. You guys have to see old Shen, though. You think it's funny he just walks around holding one sword? You know, he's got like holding one by its hilt. He used to do that with both hands. I think it was when he has E up. Look at him go. Look at him go. There's old Heimer down there too. And old Cassidon. And Anavia looks exactly the same. Oh no. Update. Nope. Same old bird for 16 years. Good God. Yeah, give Shen his proper dues, man. Give Shen his proper dues. He's literally just Sub-Zero. Why do you think he has those skins? That's why very first skins was Frozen and Yellow Jacket, Scorpion, Sub-Zero. And back then they were just chromas. They were just palette swaps. The visual update at least did try to make them look... You know, I never noticed that this one is the Scorpion, but they gave him Deception Sub-Zero helmet design. Or is it Deadly Alliance? Deception Sub-Zero? I think it was Deception. Yes. Oh god, that's a video. That's fan art. Where's the actual one? Sure. There. See what I mean? It's got the Shredder helmet. And they gave it to the Scorpion one. That doesn't make any sense at all. Whatever. I guess they didn't want to be too on the nose. Oh no, you can keep the taunt. Like the thing is, a lot of it is like the whole teleporting to give a shield and the taunt is good. I hate. Something about characters that have moves that say, "Hello, you can't do anything to me" for a bit. I don't like that. I don't like. Also, just he's a tank killer. Feel eh. Oh. 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 This one is the most recent one of all. Oh boy. All right, people are going to be on the fence about this one. I know it. It's going to be some. However, when I was talking about Skarner or Aurelion, for me, I can totally see both sides of the coin. I can see, oh yeah, Skarner's missing so much from what he used to be. Aurelion, completely different. I can't see the other side, man. I'm sorry. I don't see the other side of the argument. I can't. I think this rework is amazing. I think this is an absolutely fantastic rework. Incredible. Amazing upgrade of the design. Amazing upgrade of the kit. She's so fun. She's so fun. I love that the Bruiser build and AP builds actually work now. They had to tweak some notes to the AP builds, granted. But when this... Look at her, and then look at her. Look at her. And then look at her. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I think the new skins probably could have been better, yeah. I think that they probably could have upgraded the skins a bit better. But I think the design changes, I really... Maybe it's headcanon stuff influencing me. I love that Shyvana is canonically much taller than Jarvan. I think that is great to their dynamic. Because Shyvana's... Her whole thing is she's like super headstrong, but really protective of Jarvan. So her being so much taller than him and so much more muscular than him, like that just makes sense. And also makes her feel much more draconic. That was one of my biggest gripes, is that the dragon and human form felt so disconnected besides the armor. And her human form is she's just a person with purple skin. Look at her arms. There's nothing on there. Nothing on the arms at all. And then some muscles. An actual dragon tail and spikes and horns. She still kept the purple skin. It's a bit more pale now. She's got like the scales on her chest there. Like, it's awesome. And also, really big detail I love. I know some people miss the purple hair. That's cool. That's fair. I get that. But I really love the contrast one. But one, I really love the contrast of the orange hair. Really complements the red of the rest of her body really well. But also that you get it on the dragon. And also the dragon, look at the proportions of the anatomy of the dragon. There should be a lot more meat down here, I feel. But because of that, and because of the teeth with the lips and the hair, the dragon has a few slightly human elements to her. So you get that connection. Like, oh, of course she turns into this. You can feel the connection there. I really, really like that. I miss the old W. I think that's what also... It's the Skarner thing, right? That's the one thing I will say I get. The speed. The fact that you can't chase down as much as you could before. And I guess you have the double auto on the Q, right? I way prefer the mashing, just bam, bam, just like auto Q, auto chomp. Like, that's so much more satisfying to me. And the fact that the fireball, too... Just weird that the fireball in the mini form was the one that passed through everybody, but the big one is the one that stopped on contact. Bit strange. So they remedied that, and now it still passes through and explodes on contact, both for the big mode. And all the abilities got upgraded in dragon form. It feels so much like the super mode instead of just, well, I have to be in this mode or else I'm useless. That was also a big thing that I really disliked about old Shyvana. Was just, if you weren't in the dragon mode, you felt useless half the time. Look at her go. Oh, even before, right? I think before they had the explosion fireball, they had the mini update where her dragon fireball was 3 fireballs? She'd shoot in a cone? Look at old Rumble, still kicking it. Dragon mode. User E. There's so much stuff happening on screen. Probably surely shows in the spotlight, right? Oh, I forgot that it left the burning trail. I forgot about that. The burning trail with the fireballs, a little cone of a bunch of fireballs. So, and also a thing I really like about the rework is how much they took community feedback into account. I think that was really awesome of them. I think it might have hurt her a little bit. There's a chance that plays like so much about her plays like the original that she didn't gain a lot of new fans. She gained one though. And that's me. I like Shyvana, but for the same reason of Aurelian, where just like I like the concept of the character. I like the idea of having a human being able to turn into a dragon. That's awesome. Execution of it. But now it's like she looks awesome in the base form. She looks awesome in the dragon form. She feels so much more satisfying to play now, and so much of her old kit was kept intact. It feels like a Fiddlesticks Warwick level rework to me. I love it. I think the rework was amazing. I think the wait was worth it. Leona's still looking the same, yeah. No, Nocturne never got anything updated. Oh, boy. Will they have old Simon on here? Oh, let me do it. I need to do my stretch. Hold on. I've been sitting down for a while. Oh, back hurts. Get on my chopper. They don't have him. Okay. Oops. It immediately goes to Magikarp. Okay. Look at him go. That's his cue. Point and click stun. There's his shield. This old Scion didn't know whether he wanted to be AP or AD at all. He had no clue. Half his moves were crazy AD scalings. The other half were crazy AP scalings. So he didn't have... Like, what are you supposed to be? You go one build and half your kit is useless. Shame you're most excited to play in League Classic. Honestly, Nunu. Yeah, I one shot with the Q and W, yeah. Just nothing character. It's hard to say with Scion because he was the first instance where they completely deleted the old champion to make room for a new one. And I don't have much nostalgia for old Scion, so I don't know how much I can say on that matter, but like old Scion just felt like they like even the concept of the character had no idea what the hell he wanted to be. He was some zombie man that had an Arnie impression for his voice. Half his kit was useless depending on what build you went. He had another point and click stun. They had a lot of those back in the day, but it was just such a nothing character. The best you got was that he was an undead guy. So the rework felt like this was the opportunity to really turn him into the undead juggernaut, and I think his rework was amazing. The only thing is that the only thing he kept was the shield, really, and the fact you can go damage, I guess. But I feel like if I put Poppy in Perfect, then Scion deserves that treatment too. They took something just kind of unusable and made something amazing out of it. Otherwise, is kind of meh. If you discount the Grey Legion from LOR, Grey Legion is super cool. Current state of Mayhem. I'm still having fun with Mayhem. I miss Stackosaurus. Yeah, I'd say maybe yes, Scion over Poppy. Yeah. This is also we've been going at this for 2 hours, and look how many we have to start getting through these guys a bit faster. Oh, Mundo. Mundo barely. I think Mundo's an upgrade. I think Mundo barely makes it out of perfect. I think in large part because it's like with Scion, what they had with him at the start, where it feels like with the rework, they had multiple different designers that had different ideas for what they wanted Mundo to be. What did they change? They changed his W, they changed his E, they changed how his ult works. His W used to be just an aura that existed around him.
Honestly, when I comes to Mundo, they could have done more with his gameplay, and that became especially true after I started playing Deadlock and found out about Victor. Look up his gameplay, that's what I wanted for Mundo.
I think I've seen stuff with Victor, actually, yeah. See what you read, though. Thank you, Dress. 39 once, Jesus. Is there a proper... Oh, right, they added him to Wild Rift when the rework was still in creation. There he is. Not because he's too much of a hunk. Well, that's what I mean. So, like, when they changed him, at least before, Mundo was just stupid. That was his thing. He was just the stupid, idiot, jobber creature. And that was his whole... That was all about. So when they updated him, it was really weird that his voice lines went super far in that direction of him just being a corny goofball. But then his design, the original concept art gave him a fade for some reason. They tried to make him a bit more attractive for some reason. And then his voice, and then his lore and his theme are so horror coded. It's just kind of confusing. Like, what was the end goal here? Did you want to make a goofball comedy character? Did you want to make a scary horror monster? Did you want to make the Giga Chad guy? The fact that he still has his dance. He still has the dancing pecs, right? Yeah, like, what is this? Compare that to the dance of his old one. But Corporate Mundo did become one of the best skins in the whole game. It's true. Yeah, it was also at a time when Riot was obsessed with making all the super sexy champions, right? That was the same time as Viego, Akshan, Yone, all them. Dr. House meme. Doesn't even have a cane. He's Goofy for the one playing scary for the enemy ADC. Yeah. I think his gameplay... You know what it is? I think because Fiddle is perfect in that they updated his kit, that he still feels so similar but feels so fresh. Mundo, the way they changed him, he still feels similar but not in an exciting way like Fiddlesticks did. Oh yeah, we didn't get hand Mundo, yeah. Granted, I think the W is more impactful, but like that's all it did before. It was a toggle. Put it, and you just gain magic resist. And do a bit of damage around you. That's it. So I think it still did I'll put him with Mord. I've said a lot of negative things about it. But Corporate Mundo helps a lot. I'll put him. I'll bottom there. Put him in upgrade. It's still much better than the original. In terms of even just like how he looks. Yeah. Amazing, not great. Oh, GP. GP got 2. I should have put 2. You know, whatever. Ben go in. I think his old Gangplank was so Gangplank. Well, they have old Gangplank on here. No, just the barrel. Oh. There he is. There he is. And this was the second update he got, technically. He had one before. I could have included that in here, and I just forgot about it completely. Oh. Burning Tides. That was a big point about why his rework's so cool. So, his E, from what I remember, was attack speed buff, right? Is attack speed or AD buff? It was just stats buff. Press the button stats buff. A lot of old champion kits were like that, though. Attack speed, yeah. No barrels to be found. Oh, right. Dude, and Cannon Barrage? You could, unironically, RNG. Each cannonball was the instance of damage. It wasn't just for visuals. It wasn't just like every few seconds you get hit by the cannonballs. You could potentially RNG dodge every single cannonball. He could ult run on top of you, and you could technically walk out of it without getting hit once. It was a mess. It was a mess. It happened quite a lot. Yeah, see? So they changed him a lot. But the ult was just a massive improvement. The fact that he changed a lot of his kit more about getting money with the Q. And they kept the orange, which was super impactful for them, or super important to his kit. And the attack speed, like they changed his most boring ability. And then Burning Tides, they changed his just nothing pirate. And he still is a pirate. But he's such a Bilgewater pirate. You know what I mean? You could have a character that's based on an established trope. But when you make a region that has its own aesthetic and identity, that's a pirate from Bilgewater, baby. That's what I see. You couldn't put him in any other random pirate-themed place and have him be exactly the same. You could with the old one, though. And then Burning Tides was just great. I think he belongs in Perfect. I think it was just incredible. And the fact they made such an event out of it, too. Which site am I using? This is Kata. It's a model viewer. They made such an event out of Gangplank with Burning Tides, having him be killed off, introducing him as Captain Gangplank first, and then killing him off, bring him back. Everyone who used him in that time got Captain Gangplank for free. Here's the real one with his cyborg arm. So goddamn cool, man. So good. Misfortune should have had a visual update at the same time, and she got a skin, so she got robbed a bit. But, oh yeah, and Black Market Brawlers, what an event it was. So cool. You had to be there. So I can put her in try again for real this time, because you won't even think it happened. Here she is. Oh. Who is that? I think we can move on from Severe. Why is she so white? They gave her a model update, but then haven't done a whole lot with her since. Even though she could really do with a cool, badass Shuriman mercenary design. She could be really cool, potentially. Duh. Soraka. So yeah, little maybe up there with some of the worst looking models I think they've ever made. This is LeBlanc rules. Why the side boob, man? Like what are we doing here? What are you trying to convey? Like what is this design even? What is anything here? It's so bad. Soraka was an interesting model update in that they changed her lore that ironically now her lore is such a perfect match for her kit now. Where they changed her lore to be about that, maintaining the physical form she has is actively hurting her, but she is sacrificing her own health to help the mortals of Runeterra, which is what she does in game, She hurts herself every time she heals you. That being said, her model's still quite outdated, and I have my choices for what I'd want them to do. I think she could really do with another glow up in terms of a proper model update and maybe some slight adjustments to her kit so she's not quite as frustratingly obnoxious to fight, but she'll be cool. Or to be ancient. It'd be like the Ancient Slay the Spire 2. I'm actually not sure what that is, but I have my own reservations. That won't get into all that tangent. We got so many to go through, god damn it. Galio, oh boy. So we can be perfectly honest and say that this Galio not only would not possibly be in Demacia, as it currently is in the lore, Jarvan would shoot this guy down with a crossbow the moment he saw him. Galio would not be allowed within 100 meters of Demacia. He is just a big gargoyle. Again, with the posture. A lot of these old characters had really bad posture, and he has big old hands. He was much more like a gargoyle, but that was his whole thing, is that he was just a gargoyle. He literally sat up on the rooftop. That was his stick. But he was still a defender of Demacia. Granted, back then, Demacia was all over the place. You look at what Lux used to look like, or what she was going to look like, rather. What Jarvan still looks like. What Vayne looks like. Demacia didn't have any design aesthetic back then. So it's hard to fault him for looking out of place. He was close we had to a dragon, I guess, at the time. Yeah, with the big wings. Design-wise, impeccable. Just stupendous design. Galio is just an amazing character to look at. The problem is when you get to the kit, is so much of old Galio was removed. His whole thing is that Galio was to mages what Rammus is to AD carries, right? He was designed to be the direct counter to mages. His whole shtick was I built magic resist and did damage, and my abilities were stronger based on my magic resist. And they kind of just got rid of all of that. It's there slightly. He's got a little bit of ratios on his W, I think, and his passive still, but not nearly to the extent old Galio was. That was everything he was about. W was like, I think he'd heal based on damage he took, which, by the way, this was brutal against Brand. I think because it healed I think the heal that you get would count for each tick of the burn. So if Brand used an ability on Galio and he pressed W, Galio would come out of that exchange with more health. Oh yeah, old red buff, yeah. And his ult was just the big taunt. His old ult was really just Nunu ult, isn't it? It's just Nunu ult, except you taunt the opponent. So you don't have to have that element of surprise, I guess. And they kept the taunt intact. They kept the big wind gusts and stuff. But I struggle to put him in perfect because there was a lot to like about old Galio. He's certainly a lot better now. I'd put him up with Taric. I think he's way better for the game. A lot healthier for the game. But losing the magic resist character felt... It still leaves a hole. This armor-focused characters, Vladimir is using HP, or Vladimir as well, right? Characters that use HP as a resource. We don't really have a character who uses magic resist as their primary resource anymore. So, be nice for them to try something, at least a new character, or, they've gone back to mini rework Galio so many times. I'm just remembering, I think he has to go in major flaws. They've mini reworked him like 5 times, man. You can't flash W anymore. The Q, the patches where they made AP Galio just absurd. They can't decide whether they want him to be a jungler, a mid lane, or a support, a tank. He's been everywhere. Yeah, I think he has to go in there. He's been too all over the place. I love him. I love big Galio justice. But gameplay has been a real problem. And he's been stuck in pro play jail a lot too, which doesn't help. How dare you be right? Oh, thank you. They reworked MF very minorly. You know, I think they have to go together. I think that, although, no, because I think Galio was a character identity that could still work in League and that people miss. I don't know if people miss old Urgot, man. That thing didn't make any goddamn sense. Like, the melee ranged carry point and click from a mile away, but your ult is a close range swap places. It didn't make any sense. Do you not miss the swap ult? Not on a character like Urgot. Why is the ranged carry swapping plays? And also just, what the hell is he? What is this? Just a disaster of a character. At least Galio, I have some more positives to say. This guy was a straight up mess. He needed the rework so bad. And they kind of flubbed a little bit with the rework. I think they made him too clean, honestly. He's still kind of gross looking, but they tried to make him really badass. And it works well. I like, shotgun knees are awesome. It took some tweaking. I believe the shield used to be on his E. And the W was not always a toggle, I believe. It's taken some tweaking. So it's not like, yeah, I think I'll put him up. I'll put him next to Mundo. Oh, yes, his W had the shield. Right. Sorry, I messed up. Yeah, the W used to have the shield. Right. The E was just the stun. Also, when you recoiled them in with the ult, you'd be stuck in place, right? You couldn't move with the ult. So he just felt really clunky when he first got reworked. So it took a bit of fine-tuning, but not as much as Galio or Swain. Which at this point, let's get to Swain. Swain goes in here, too. I think you can't have a VGU be changed that many times post-rework and have it be... Oh, yeah, this is fantastic. Which sucks, too, because I also love Swain. Over the older guys is a reminder to me that Riot doesn't want ugly champions anymore. That's true. He was kind of the bastion of ugly champions. You'd think with Void we'd get more of that, but then we get Kaisa. My bird is hungry. And then he has Beatrice, of course. Yep. That's why he has that voice line in new one where he just goes, "Which one of you is Beatrice again?" Yeah, the thing is, we also have to recall though, when Swain got reworked, the ult couldn't last forever. It was a set period of time, and the explosion is what happened at the end of the ult. It was only after a lot of tuning, like they changed the W how it works, they've changed the E how it works, they changed the Alt how it works, the Q. I can't tell you how many times they changed the Q. It used to stop on impact. It never used to go through units like that. It's been all over. I think they changed it to go through minions, but not champions, and now it goes through everybody. Like it just, they've had to tweak him so many times post rework that I can't say he didn't rework without problems. I think it's definitely an improvement, major improvement over what came before. Oh yeah, right. You'd have to get stacks, right? I forgot about that. You'd have to get stacks to be able to cast ult in the first place, and it would do more damage depending on how many of those stacks. I think it was like what, up to 7, up to that much. What a mess! What a weird rework he was at the start. So it took a lot of going to get there. So I think I'd put him in there with major flaws because it took too long to get to a proper healthy state. I think it was 5. Okay, that makes more sense. 7's a bit extreme. True, and now he's stuck as a support, which I think lane is important when designing champions too, right? You know, that's why the whole thing with Nefiri, she felt so much like a jungler but was locked to the mid lane. Swain does not feel like a support character, man. Like, that's the mid laner. He's the master conqueror. He's the strategist. He should be in the middle. He's planning everything so he can land a W from anywhere on the map. Like, that's his whole shtick. But then he just keeps getting roped into being a support and an AP carry, and he can't exist outside the bot lane. Like, why does the Grand General need a support to help him? Or why is the Grand General helping out a support? Like, why is it? Ugh. He keeps swapping all over the place. I miss mid Swain. Mid Swain, to me, that's where he's supposed to be. He's bad support, though, right now. But that's also in tandem to what he's been swapping around a bunch, because there was a while where he was not anything but a support. He's just been all over the place. It's like Camille's basically exclusively a support these days. Mid mage ends up in bot, yeah. Seraphine, having the same thing for her, but that happened like immediately for her. So with Swain, it happened gradually. Or Karthus, dude. Karthus used to be a mid laner. What happened? Vel'Koz. What happened, man? Duh. Yeah, Caitlyn rules. Ahri's just an upgrade. Just better visuals, you know? She already got some gameplay updates beforehand. Hard to top the Ruin King design, though. Karthus was a mid laner? Yes, sir. I don't know if there's anything to say about Ahri. Ahri's skill got changed. He's gotten skills changed a few times. The ult mainly. Having the whole reset thing, that was never a part of her kit before. Before, she just had 3 charges of the dash. That was it. It's Maokai rules, where the update to her gameplay happens separately from the visual update. So things change at different times for her. But if we're compiling that all together into what has changed about her from her first iteration to what we have now, then yeah. So, upgrade. They're not perfect to be. I think Ruin King. I think they still go a bit too ham on trying to make her look too much like a bit too fancy. She's a bit too fancy. They need to have a bit more of that feral influence for her. Graves. So he's got a texture update, but this is mainly gameplay. Oh, man. I'm sure even League Zoomers know about the Graves situation. They know this man's used to be a bot laner. Another instance where they tried to make a melee bot laner. It looks so wrong, though. Like, this looks so wrong, seeing him fire like a little pellet from a distance. It looks so weird. Yeah, he used to be an ADC. This was when they did the Marksman class update. They did for him, Caitlyn, Quinn, Kog'Maw, Corki, a bunch of other stuff. And Graves, what they did is they honed in on the shotgun. And that's why he has what he has today. Problem is, he was too short range. Bot lane was not great. And then they found out how he worked in the jungle. And Graves has been a jungler ever since. The whole Marksman patch, oh, that's just so much of it has been reverted. I'd say try it again. Give another go. One, because I think you could try to make him a bot laner again. 3 times the charm. And he could use some new voice lines and a model update. He looks quite old. His model has not changed after anything. And they stole his cigar. You gotta give him the cigar back. So, give some changes to the kit to make him function as a bot laner better. Give me some new voice lines like he has in Sentinel. And upgrade his design a bit. Yeah, the legendary is the visual update. Yep. Duh. Oh, God. Where does he go? Oh, Thomas. Oh, Thomas. His problem... he just... His old kit was so much more thematic, but it was so toxic. You cannot give a champion an on-demand Zhonya's for your teammate at level 1. It's just not healthy. But I miss the ult, man. I miss being able to just... How many of you like don't even know what Tom's old ultimate was? His old ultimate was that he would, like his lore, he'd make a bargain. It's like, yes, come forward, my teammate. I will take you to wherever you need to go. Or is it just... Oh, right! The bonus damage was stuck to his ult. I forgot. Yeah, the bonus AP was part of his ult. It wasn't... Right. It was a teleport. Here we go. But you could take an ally with you was the big thing. She's like, all right, we're going to invade here. Yeah, like, look at that. Like, here comes the jungler. Come with me. Wow, here we are. So cool. It was so thematic to his character as well. Yeah, it's like a mini Rise ult. But it felt so thematic to who his character was. As opposed to now where he just dives in on his own and comes up just barely a bit further away. I loved this version of him. And he was really good as a jungler and a top laner, but there was the problem. Is that he was really good as a top laner and a jungler. So they tried to change him to make him more attuned to the support he was supposed to be, and then they made him the best top laner in the game. I think the end result is healthier. The problem is that would anyone dare call Tahm Kench a healthy champion? Does anyone like fighting Tahm Kench? He is just awful to fight sometimes. In top lane, in ARAM. I think overall, the changes were good.
Hey, it's a thingy people use.
And they
Thank
needed
you.
to happen.
Yeah, I remember his old ult. I remember the crazy old combs they did when he came out.
Yeah.
Also, here is my entry fee.
There's
Mr.
no
Nicky Boy.
fee. There's no fee at all. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Tal made me see Louis over the horizon. Yeah, the whole like Senna funnel thing, or Senna Tom strat. I forget what it was called. I put him in here. You know what? No. Fasting. Thank you. Fasting Senna. This hurts because I like Tahm Kench a lot, but thing is, I'd still say that these guys are still overall net improvements for the game's health. Tom didn't even do that. He's still toxic. He's just toxic in a different way now. It's just... I would take the old version back as the thing. With these guys, I wouldn't take the old version back. I would with Tom, though. Full disclosure, of my top 3 most hated champions to fight in this video game, Irelia is number 2. I cannot stand this character. In light of that, me being tired, who's number 1? Yone. Number 3 is Shaco. I will cut my losses and put her here and move on. I will put her there and move on. That's bias. Mm-hmm. And what are you going to do about it? Exactly. Moving on. Trundo. Oh, please. They gotta have old Trundle on here, please. They gotta have old Trundle. Fuck! Alright. Here he comes. The poop goblin. The shit troll. Oh my god. You want the pinnacle of ugly champ. The thing is, a lot of the league models were already ugly, and then they try to make one ugly on purpose, and you get this abomination. It's kind of endearing. It's all like a part of me finds it endearing at how ugly he is. And he owns it. His whole shit is being shit. We had the same thing. That's also, if you wonder what traditional Trundle is, or why he has different voice lines for some reason, it's because that's what it was. Traditional Trundle is when they did the first few major visual design glow-ups for Trundle, for Karma, and for Sejuani, it's here's the old design adapted to the new model with the old voice lines. And I wish that had continued forever. They did it with Victor. But he doesn't look as putridly ugly here as he does in this. I think a lot of that comes down to his proportions. Look at his arms, man. Yeah. The thing is, they didn't change anything about his gameplay, though. And they did completely change what his whole gimmick was. They turned him into an ice troll instead of a shit troll. Oh, yeah, and they tried to make him hot in the splash art, yeah. I'll put him with Sejuani. You know, I'll put Karma there too. I think all 3 of these guys are in the same boat. Where it was the beginnings. They were testing the waters. Let's just try and update the characters. But not really change their gameplay all that much. And Sejuani's gotten some stuff later on. But these two have been kind of left a bit. They're doing VGUs or all reworks including ASUs. Yeah, it's pretty much all like major character changes. With some exceptions. I'm not putting Rengar's rework in here or something, right? A few mid-scopes are in here, like Nico and Wukong and stuff, but... Yeah, also, we've been going for 3 hours. So... I think Trundle... He's still good. He's still good. He's simple. I think he could have done with a bit more spicing up of his kit. Make AP Trundle more viable. Make the pillar do damage. Give the pillar no ratio except a 100% AP ratio. That's my change. And he's perfect now. gosh. This one hurts. Now, if you've never seen old Twitch, which granted, some of you probably have seen him by now because of the rustiest Blitzcrank. One of the few instances where even though technically, yes, the new model is higher fidelity and more thought went into the design, look at him. Look at him. Look at this stupid guy. I love old Twitch, man. What a stupid look. You gotta see his walk cycle. Look as he walks around. Look at him. Come on, walk around, Twitch. Come on. Look at him hobble around. He's so stupid looking. I love him, man. He's so stupid. Oh, man. He's precious. And his kit's pretty much identical. Except that invisibility used to look different. So, back in the day, invisibility did not have the distinction of the invisibility we have now and camouflage. It was all invisible. So Twitch could have been right on top of you and you wouldn't know. And also, it lasted for like 40 seconds. And I remember the days of playing Twitch in that and just being invisible for over half a minute. No one knows where I went or who I am. It was great. The submarine Twitch, it was so stupid. I love this guy. He'll be one I'm excited to play again, actually, with League Classic. Him and Nunu. Just look at him. Look, he's so stupid. Oh, I miss him so. And you can never make a classic skin for him because his charm was his animations. He's just... Anyone ever seen Legends of Evantris at all? This is just Wygor personified. This is him. I love him so much. I'll put him in could have been better. Because I don't... A lot of these... I genuinely just miss him. The old Twitch could not exist in Modern League is the problem. If he tried to update him, it wouldn't be the same.
Hey, it's a thing
His old crusty
use.
model is what
Thank
made him
you.
so endearing.
Middle of the stream fee.
No.
He's inside the new old Blitz
Yes.
skin. He looks like the Legends of Eventry's Playground.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, he shows up in Rustiest Blitzcrank, which is wonderful. Yeah, just have a classic. I am really wondering if League Classic is successful, will they make skins of the old champions? Like, they're going through all the effort to make them usable again. I'm just saying, us having a skin of old Twitch, I'd use that a lot. I'd play Twitch a lot. They already did. I'm not talking traditional. I'm not talking like Victor or that. Or like the ones they're doing, with Black Alistar. I'm just saying it's a separate skin of Twitch that is just old Twitch. That's the skin. I would have hoped Victor would have been a wake-up call for traditional skins, but I don't like Slim Twitch. I do like Twitch. I like him. I don't love him, though. He's a big sewer rat. Like, he's funny. I like the big sewer rat. He's silly, but this one was sillier. This one, I have too many fond memories. Try again. Easy try again. Yes. Oh. LOR did it better. Yep, give me the LOR one. That's all I ask. Give me the LOR design. Maybe tweak her E a little bit. I think Wowdiv did something to her. I don't remember which, though. Yeah, I just want the LOR design change. I love the LOR Janna so much. Yep. Try again for real this time, please. Try again for real this time, please. Try again. Do I really not have old I do have old Cassidon. There he is. And their voice lines. Yeah, that'd be important to keep in tag. Why are you blue? What do I have to say about Cassidon, man? Cassidon feels like such a nothing character. And then they changed his design in Wild Rift and then gave us the splash art and nothing else. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one thing too, is he has a lot of potential to be really cool, but yeah. I think giving him a real shot. Oh god, back in the day, highest ban rate out of anybody. Can I think of something wrong with Jax? Jax didn't change much. I mean, Model did for sure. Yeah, he's actually deceptive because you don't think like, oh, he didn't change that much. He looks the same. And then you look at how he animated before. I feel like he's one of those characters that people just forgot how old he was. Oh, he's so bad. Look at the polygon of moss stuck to his lamppost. What the hell? He was so old. He looked like a Ninja Turtle, yeah. He didn't have an ult, really. He got the Ari treatment where he got gameplay updated and then visuals. Yeah, the ult was just stat boost. He didn't have the slam. I love the fishing minigame they added to him. They kept the old voice actor, which is nice that they've been doing that now, actually, with more visual updates. They did it with Jax, they did it with Victor, they did it with Shyvana. I think that's really helpful in helping them to maintain, still feel a lot like the old character, even if we'll get to Victor. So he's supposed to be. Still don't know. Still have no idea what he's supposed to be. Yeah, and they kept a lot of his old voice lines too, right? But just new recorded. Oh, but isn't the whippersnapper and a void rapper? You know, I can't think of anything wrong with Jax. I think he was just amazing. It was just really nice to see him get upgraded finally. And I feel very bad for Wild Rift. They're still stuck with the old ass Jax. Oh, Big Bear. Oh, Big Bear. Oh, Big Bear. Do we have Big Bear on here? We do. Golden Compass Bear. I loved old Volley Bear so much, man. But I think it's also because he was so bad. I miss the flip. I do miss the last second revive, or not revive, but like you get a health boost when you're low on HP. The munch would do more damage the lower health you were. To be fair, it took a mini rework for him to get there in the first place. Like he got like a little mini rework before he got the big one. But he's my guy. He's my guy. That's Big Bear. I love him. I think he was great. Finally making him fit in with Volley Bear, or finally making him fit in with Ornn, expanding the lore of the Freljordian demigods. He's just an angry guy. He's animated so well. I think he's one of the best animated characters in the whole game. Yeah, and the way they teased him with ARAM, him showing up, it was so cool. Yeah, the old one had his charm. But I have a personal perspective where like I adored old Volley Bear, but I love the new one so much. Oh boy. Let's get both of these guys out of the way, shall we? Alright, for reference, oldest Kale. Kale is one of the few characters to have gotten 2 visual updates. There they are. There's Mark 1 and Mark 2. Mark 1 was kind of like the severe Nidalee level, you know. Let's make the model a bit better. Same designs and everything. Very much a Warcraft character. My issue has always been that old Kale feels like a better design for what new Kale's story is. Of her trying to be this completely powerful, like, angel of justice, basically. Like, I'm no longer human. I am a god, you dull creature. So making her fully androgynous just makes more sense as her character to me. I think the idea of having Kale show less skin as she gets more powerful and more like a biblically accurate angel, or Morgana can have more skin showing, not as a big fancy dress, but make her appear more human. Having that contrast feels better. They feel so much more similar now. Maybe that's the character storytelling they're trying to go for, but I never bought it. Yeah, hiding her face makes a lot more sense. The fact she takes the helmet off when she gets to her most powerful state is just weird. Oh yeah, the updated splash roll Kale is super sick. So, also her kit. So before, her whole thing was that it was a button press. She would be melee, then press a button, and now she's ranged for a bit. That was her whole thing. She was boring as sin. And the rework tried to update that. So I can do... I was trying again for real this time. Would have been to upgrade the kit. Right? It's upgrade the first time. We need a visual change. If I can put Tom down there, I think I'm allowed. I think she's worse now. I think she's even worse. They went so far in on the scaling aspect that you basically play a useless character for 15 to 20 minutes before you can do anything. I despise characters that do not function unless the team plays around you. When Kog'Maw got that rework, that they changed him to, they reverted that, but the one where you just stand still and auto attack 5 times a second. And congratulations, you have a minigun that sits there and does nothing. Protect him or do nothing or he dies. I hate that. I hate the characters that if you do not babysit them for the first half hour, they're worthless. They went so far in on that for Kale. And I don't like what they did to her design. I like what they did with her lore. That's cool. But also the fact that I think her old design serves her new story better is just weird. I think that she just ended up in a worse place than ever. Yeah, she's a dead character to level 16. Like, that's just, I don't like it. How do I even rank Quinn, man? Because it used to be Quinn and Valor. I wonder if the Champion Spotlight still says Quinn and Valor. It does. It still says Quinn and Valor. Because before, the ult didn't let you hop on Valor. You became Valor. Valor had his own moveset. Yeah. It was more like Nidalee. You'd swap between them. Funny how much smaller Valor looks, actually. Yeah, I think the problem is that I find Teemo is the range top lane, and he's the Hellspawn demon up there. But Teemo's also useless in 90% of scenarios. Rarely ever will a Teemo carry the game. A Quinn can carry the game because she's an assassin. I think the idea of the range top who is a lane bully and can roam everywhere at a nanosecond, it's very unique. But also toxic as hell, and her design needs upgrade. I think, yeah, give it another shot. There's a reason she's still on the list. When you have, I think it's the list they have of, I don't know how much it applies anymore, but they had the list of champions that they deemed on high priority that need a visual update. I think it was Quinn, Cho'Gath, Kog'Maw, Rammus, Nocturne, Tryndamere, Shaco, I think was all of them. Will they ever get around to those guys? I don't know. Maybe jungler, man. I think jungle feels the most appropriate. She's the scout. And her whole gameplay of her roaming around the map makes a lot more sense as a jungler. When did they play it? Oh, this was ages ago, dude. This was years and years and years ago. Rumble wasn't considered high priority. Again, that list is outdated now. This was before even the VGU poll that got Fiddlesticks and Volibear their reworks. It was ages ago. Speak of the devil. You know why Teemo's not perfect? Because they didn't give him his Wild Rift W. Teemo. Wild Rift. Watch what he can do. That's it. That's all they did. He has a little... Whoa! That's the only thing they changed. And yeah, he'd be perfect if he had that. Just give him the somersault. And we're good. No notes. One of my other things, while I'm on the subject of that. Rammus, if they ever give this rework, look what happens here. This is Rammus' passive in Wild Rift, okay? This is very important. Gain move speed. That's all. He just rolls. If he's fast enough, he just rolls naturally. He should just do that. I don't know why he doesn't do that. That's perfect. Alters us roll to be perfect. Try again. Try again. Will anything of Old Master Yi even exist? Old Samurai Yi. Yep, that's old Yi, alright. The walk, yeah, it's a walk cycle, yep. I want to see his walk. See the walk, come on. Look at him go. LR Yi's peak design. Agreed. Agreed. Should have that with the new voice actor as well. And also try to make his kit not just stupidly overpowered in iron and useless everywhere else. The younglings aren't ready for AP. Will we have stackable items again? Will we be able to do permanent invisible Evelyn with 6 Sunfire capes? That'd be swell. Lee Sin. You know... What's the argument for Lee Sin not being imperfect? Because I think he had, like, more polish than I think any other of these visual updates have gotten. He's so polished, so animated, so much in sound design. Was incredible. And his kit has stood the test of time. He didn't need to change that at all. His kit was already perfect. Minor nitpick maybe that they didn't make the ponytail too much part of the skins, but above Teemo. Yeah, well, because Teemo's kit is just, it's iconic but toxic. I don't think anyone could call Lee Sin's kit toxic. He's been pretty much perfect since his inception. He was just a really fun kit. Room with a lot of skill expression. Whole new terms like Insect were devised because of players being good at the character. He's timeless, yeah. I don't like it, therefore it is toxic. Yeah, he's just a really well-designed character. Yeah, same thing. Master Yi, try again. Let's do a little run back. Do I even have old Katarina in here? I don't. That's surprising. Thought I would. Huh. Weird. Thought I did. Katarina. Yeah, Insect was because of Lee, yeah. Oh, God. Can I get really old Katarina footage? There she is. There she is. Red card Katarina, but you get the idea. Look at her go. The target dummy. Also, oh yeah, because the assassin update gave her the whole floating daggers thing and jumping between them all. She walks like GP. A lot of the characters walked very similarly. Make Shenry work bad in your opinion besides no new voice lines? No new voice lines. Didn't really update the design as much as I would have liked. Didn't change, like, most of the animations are the same. I think the kit, not a fan of the kit. The old Shunpo, yeah. I can't put her at worse than before. I think try again. Try again feels right. Because I think he could do it again. Don't let her ult do on hits anymore, please. That's what I ask. And give her a cool assassin design instead of the one that she has now. This is a unique scenario. Nunu and Willump. Reverse of Quinn and Valor, where before it was just Nunu. Please tell me they have my... Oh, there he is. Oh, man. I have so much nostalgia for old Nunu. He was so funny. I think, though, this is different than Twitch, where, like, new Twitch is not good enough for me that I can forget old Twitch and be satisfied. When I see old Nunu, I'm like Woody at the end of Toy Story 3, where I was just like, so long, partner. Now I got a new one. And I'm going to have the best time of my fucking life, man. I think Nunu is one of the rare instances where a complete change to the character, gameplay, kit, lore, everything, but is just so amazing in every aspect. And it helps too that old Nunu was just stupid, idiot, nothing character. People just mean on. He was a joke. So when you make the reworks so fun and lighthearted, and the whole crux is it being like this whimsical kid with the Yeti, really emphasize that connection. You make Nunu so fun and Willump so fucking fluffy, and make their kid equally as stupid. You know? Old Nunu was dumb because he had the point and click snowball just at you, and you just sneeze on them and they get hit by the snowball. New Nunu is also really stupid with his giant snowball. He runs around the map like an idiot. There's a reason Kesha is as big a streamer as it is, because do you think Kesha would be as popular as he was if it wasn't through his Nunu gameplay? I feel like Nunu, the crackhead energy that Nunu can give is so perfect. Just wonderful. Rare instance where I love them both for very different reasons, and I'm so excited to be able to play old Nunu again for League Classic, but would I ever take the old one over the new one? No. They're wonderful. Her Nunu is one of my favorite models in the game. Oh, yeah. We gotta do both. We gotta do Rise. We gotta remember. Where is he? There he is. So this, I think I only have the render of this Rise. And no, don't crucify me. I'm not a fan. I think when you have to rework that many times and he still is a failure. They did it to Galio, they did it to Swain, but at least they have a place. They're still relatively popular, even if Swain's in the wrong role. EQ sucks. Okay. You guys don't know. You don't even know. When Rise got his rework, the whole reason Faker played Rise before as well, too. But he wasn't a button masher. The whole part of the rework was he was the combo character. You had to be very careful about the order you used your spells. You could only get the spread if you E'd twice. You could only do the stun if you E'd before using W. You could only get the movement speed if you did a specific order. There was risk and reward. You had to know which order you used the spells in or else you would be punished. You could not spam. It was very careful and calculated in how you operated. It was so cool. A good Rise, the difference between a good Rise and a bad Rise was monumental. And it made it so rewarding to learn how to play this. He was my Aurelian Soul, where I learned the character, I put in the time and dedication, and then they changed him to EQ, and that's all you do. And then, of course, nerf him into the ground over and over and over. That doesn't help. Rise, I can kind of see that, yeah, Hui was a bit what Rise could have been. And then, of course, he's too much of a problem for team play. So we're going to rework him and give him an ult that only functions in team play. Great. Very good. And let's just routinely nerf the distance it goes over and over and over again. I like how he looks. I really love the lore changes they did for him. The whole thing with the world runes is so cool, and it gave Brand something to do. But I think it was just... And say even... This one would have been, try again. This one was the try again, and we got that. And we just got worse off in the end, gameplay-wise. Give it up for rework number 7. I think I have a better one. That's how I feel about Rise. Who even are you anymore? You don't even know what you want to be. You don't know what you want to be. You don't know where you're supposed to go. Every part of your identity is the same but different and not in a fun way. Ugh. Don't like it. At least with Asol, he's just a completely different character at this point. You can separate the two. But the other Rises just meld together in ways like, oh man, this is like the character I used to like, except I can't do the fun thing about him anymore. Yeah, he's got the lore. Lore is the one good thing he's got going for him. But I can't put him above worse than before because that he can't be blue. Oh, wait. No, I have an idea. Still blue. Crisis averted. Okay. Oh, his character really should have some more complexity. Yeah, well, that's because of the whole thing. That's why it's frustrating, because he was the complex character and they've removed it all. Try again. Try again. Do I really not have Renekton in here? Really? Oh, no, I do. There he is. Look at this distinguished gentleman. Yeah. I think he needs another shot. I think I'll put him with his brother. Isn't Fear even on this list? No, no, that was... I could have, technically. I could have. But I'm not adding anymore. Skarner was the one exception I'll go back to add in. I'm tired, man. My voice is giving out on me as we speak. Try again. Try again. At least she doesn't look like this anymore. But try again. Hey, ranking these based on hotness? No, it's just like how successful were they as a rework, or as modernizing the character. So Renekton, who had "I give you," you might be thinking of Nasus. Old Nasus goes, "I bring death." And Annie, not much really to say about her. Just would be nice to see her get a proper model update at some point. I am putting her in reverted. You gave me Jungle Rel and took her away from me. We had the taste. We had the taste of the amazing fruit and you took it away. You burned the orchard. Where did it go? Give it back to me. She was fun. She was finally fun. She was awesome and cool. We had an engaged tank that was fun. We could get rid of Sejuani. Like, who is that? We have Rel. And they just took it away. I hate it. I'll never forgive them for that. They took her away. So pissed off. Could have been better, because I think he just needs a model update. However, I hope he returns to League Classic. I hope he does. Oh, baby, there he is. Pizza feet, He-Man. Yes, his ult used to be his E. Good times. Look at that face. What a mess. I think he could do with a proper model update, though. And new voice lines. Is it fair to put Karthus in major flaws? On the prospect of what I said earlier, this man is now a jungler forever and I hate it. That's honestly one of the worst feelings in a rework. I think you could have a character change their kit a bunch, but once you take them out of the role they were designed for, especially if you're like, oh, I play mid champions and my favorite champion is Karthus, now he's a jungler. Fuck. or Graves, right? You get the Graves situation. Now he's a jungler. There you get Swain. Now he's a bot laner. Yeah, he just don't... It's because he's so simple. They did a good job updating him. And they had... He was actually a rare instance where they had to update him. And can you tell me why? I feel like it should be obvious. They had to. As League was expanding its reach across a global audience, they realized, shit, we have a skeleton. we can't do that. We cannot have the skeleton. Yeah, the League book. The old meme with Karthus is that his Q were called Skittles. Are they still called Skittles? Today? I don't even remember. Back in the day, they were the Skittles. Look at him. What a goober creature. You can barely even see him. His kit's pretty much the exact... Oh, God, look at that. Could you tell me what region the hell this guy's from? He's just a Warcraft NPC. Yeah. So, definitely major improvement on the design front, but could have used some gameplay tweaks and get him back in the mid lane. That's true. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong against easy champions. But I also think there are plenty of easy champions that can have at least a little bit of depth. My problem is when characters have no depth. Or at least their simpleness isn't exciting, I guess. Like, if you take away Malphite's ult, what does he have? He's so boring. The ult's the exciting part. Or Trundle. Like, Trundle doesn't really have anything super exciting for him going on, really. Warwick, I think, is a good example of a champion who's simple but has some depth to him. He can munch behind. Skipping ahead. Let's put him up there. Yes. Warwick goes up there. Absolute. I think Warwick is one of the best examples. Him and Fiddle Shyvana. These champions kept so much of what made the original so good, but added so much. I feel like these two especially are going to be instances where people go back to play the old one, and it's just going to feel worse. Like, this is just the worst version. This is just a worse version of the old character we're playing right now. Didn't he get 2 reworks? I think you're thinking of the mega uber nerfs he got. Donkey Warwick. Oh boy. Sated Devourer. Where does he go? Where was it? It was around. Where does it happen? Does it have it? Does he? Is this a part of the video, or am I like misremembering a whole part of the video that happened 11 years ago? Maybe if I just... Here's a little editing tip. Transcript. Yes.
And there's the Warwick nerf, and I think I'm just gonna go ahead and do the combo anyway and kill him in one.
That was Smite, point and click ult,
And do the combo anyway.
and dead. Granted, he is 12-4, but that is an undodgeable. That is 2, technically 3. Point and click Smite, point and click ult, point and click Q. What do you do? Nothing. You're dead. That's just it. There is no counterplay to that. The rework did so much to enhance all of his qualities. Like, he still has the suppression, but now they made it unique where you lunge at them, but the distance you lunge at them depends on how fast you're moving, which combos into the W, which before he had the Bloodstone, he would just detect if enemies were low in a vicinity around him. So you'd have a radius, and every time you put points into the E, it would increase the radius. Now it's global. You can smell them from anywhere. His E, I think, used to just be attack speed, but they put that attack speed on his passive, so now you just get it when you get low, when enemies get low HP. The Q, still same thing, bite, but you can do healing and damage, but now if you hold it, you can pass through your enemies. They basically just, it was a whole new revision of the character that just took everything about him, switched some things around, but kept it pretty much all intact in amazing, fun new ways. Just an incredible rework and a complete enigma that certainly teased the guy who made him. The guy who made this guy also made Thresh. Which they, oh wow, that's great. Amazing champion, amazing rework. Aphelios, Zoe, Yasuo, Kalista. Akali rework. Where does Akali go? Akali. Major flaws feels fair. Worse than before doesn't feel fair because her new design is awesome. God, Akali's still so cool, man. A badass looking character, and then you get again the posture, not looking good. Akali Rick felt like they were designing a single player game. Yes. True stealth. Yes. So for those unaware, Akali, upon her initial rework, her W stealth was true stealth, meaning you could not red scout it, you could not hit her and reveal her, and towers could not see her either. And if you bobbed in and out of it, well, under tower, you would lose aggro. So imagine Akali, even as she is now, could just tower dive you for free. And also her ult stunned, and also her Q healed her. The amount of shit they've removed from this character is insane. Yeah, like, you can't do anything. It was awful. Old Akali wasn't super great either. Her ult was just 3 point-and-click dashes. Would her W be fine if turrets could just see her? Well, they can now. I still think true stealth, like, there's no way you should have no way to play around it. Because with Kha'Zix or other true stealth, they're only invisible for a couple seconds. Akali could be invisible for so long and lose aggro on you constantly. She could pop in and out of invisibility. Kha'Zix needs to use his ult to do that. To go invisible, come out, go invisible again. You know? And you need to upgrade the ult to get to do it a third time. Akali could just do it 5 times over and be fine. On a basic ability. It was just, yeah. Awful, awful character. And Shaco. Shaco is old and needs to be changed. Yeah, causes can be seen by turrets, yeah. I'm just saying the price of being able to weave even in and out of invisibility was so much of his power budget it was put into his ult. Akali could do that on a basic ability and could do it to towers. So it sucks. But old Akali, like the old one, her shroud, you could put a pink ward down and she would be fully revealed. So it was the inverse problem where now there was too much of a counter. Because nowadays what we have red wards, and if you have vision things, you could get the little trail of her in there, but doesn't fully reveal her. Put a pink ward down, there she is. In the old one, so too much counterplay there. That would just make the entire move invalid. So, and of course, like I said, the design, what they did to her lore, really awesome stuff that they changed. Gameplay is just a nightmare. Weisenheimer. Will they have Oldheimer on here? No. But we saw him earlier. And we can see him again. Whew. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for him. Yes, they did keep the walk, which is really fun of them to do that. I think Heimer has the singed problem, weirdly enough. I feel like he could definitely do with some gameplay tweaks, but his kit's so iconic. What do you do? How do you change it? Oh yeah, the hair on his brain was the old model. I think that's what they were going for, honestly. Especially when they made Alien Invader Heimerdinger as one of his first big skins. Like he's got a very unique playstyle, but just so toxic. Add the T-Hex. Yeah. That's what you do. Is there a major flaw with Evelyn that I don't see? I'm trying to think. Is there anything wrong? I guess if people like the old design. Eve sucks right now, though. Surely the old model for Evelyn would be on here. Ay. Now this was the one that would give you carpal tunnel if you played her in Nerve mode. That one he just like Q, 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 Q forever. And it was also during the time, remember when I said earlier that invisibility didn't have a radius? Also, Eve didn't need to be level 6 to go invisible. She could just be invisible always. What do you mean, Rel was reverted? Reverted is just like, to me, just terrible. Because they made Rel Jungle a thing and got rid of it. And I hate them for that. I hate them. They got rid of my Rel Jungle. Yeah, also, what do you think? If you had to guess what the hell this character's deal is, like, would you possibly know? Like, what region is she from? Where does she do business? Does she have a business? Is she a demon? Rise's sister. From my recollection, she was an assassin for hire that operated primarily out of the Shadow Isles. Sure. Right. As being a relationship with Twisted Fate, yeah. So then you get the rework and they say, okay, so clearly the only reason people like Evelyn is because she's the sex appeal character. So let's finally do it and just make the character whose whole deal is that. Her deal is the sex appeal character. She is the succubus that lures you in with hopes of pleasure and then just kills you. And they didn't hold back. I like that she can only go invisible at level 6 and not from level 1. Which is nice. The Q, you have to time it out now. I really like the W. The W is so cool. It's on a bit of a detriment late game, and you could be said if the Eve's fed enough by late game, you don't even use the W by that point. I don't know if I can think of anything. Is there anything really using Locke's lore? They kind of made her feel a bit weaker than I think she really is in Locke's story, but yeah, I think everything about it. This is like, to me, it's like Nunu rules where they change so much about Eve, but unlike where Nunu, where I really still love the old Nunu. I never liked old Eve, but this thing, Eve's just a stupendous rework. Very good example of encapsulating on and narrowing down to a specific trait and going all in. Yeah, the burning you while invisible, yeah. Oh yeah, the AD version did get removed, yeah. It's true. But I think I will leave her up there. Ah. Tristana. The Megling Yordle. Can't believe they called it that. Also, you notice the splash art here? For some reason, when her visual update came out, and technically it was the rework too, because they changed how the E works, they still stuck with the old splash art for some reason. So it is new Tristana, but like it's just, it wasn't ready or something. This was also at the time around Tristana's rework was when they were kind of in the middle of doing their modernization, new updated Rift, right? They really lacked on new champions that year to make up for updating all the characters. and they went through and updated a ton of the old splash darts, Tristana included. So they'd already updated her splash, so I guess they had to go back and update it again. Old Tristana though, her E was. There's the W.
Aim, fire!
That's it. That's it. That's all it is. Just, And big AP, yeah, AP Tristana was a lot stronger back then. I think they did a massive improvement. I put her in upgrade. I don't know if I put her in perfect though. I think having AP Trist not be as good as it was a big loss. Why is there a big link on screen? Oh god, I need to stretch. My back hurts so much right now. Ow. We've been at this for 4 hours. I mean Latina, of course. Oh. Also a divide I feel with good old Udyr. Oops. Oh dear. Okay. Really? Old Udyr's model's not on here. Really? Huh. They have Eve, but not Udyr? Weird. Oh, God. We're going back in time to League Champion Spotlights far enough that there's not even a thumbnail for this one.
And foremost, he is an extremely strong jungler with Phoenix and Turtle stances. Second,
They had amazing production quality back then, you can tell.
note my positioning.
Look at him
allowing
go.
me to hit all the monsters at once with Phoenix.
Don't
stance.
tell Peter.
Smite will deal exactly
Peter
560
asks, this
damage
fur
on
is
one.
fake.
So get ready to kill Golem when it reaches them.
The turtle form, yeah. The nice thing is that they kept that alive in Spirit Guard.
Normally, Shaco
And I
would
also,
have been able to survive.
by the time Spirit Guard came out, we had started to get visual updates already. So Udyr was really the first example of the false visual update, whereas, okay, you're making us pay ultimate skin tier price just to give him a model update.
By deceiving out.
And he never got skins
But
because of
Jason
his whole
Rock-
thing with having the 4 different forms.
Us all.
Marjon, what the why? What, for what? Where? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You don't gotta do that, dude. I appreciate you don't gotta do that. To celebrate my... Oh, you graduated. Oh, that's good. You don't even have to give me money to celebrate that. You could, like, go out for a nice meal or something. Congrats on graduating, though, dude. That's awesome. Oh. Peculiar has some remakes deleted some core aspects, and as so they lost in the previous mains to get new ones. It depends. It's all a balancing act because some characters' core concepts are just inherently toxic. You know, like you look at, I think of an example of a rework that we literally just went through. Pantheon, just having random moments where he can just block all damage for one instance, Eve being able to go invisible. Or in some cases, like you have things that weren't retained at all, right? Like Scion's point and click stun. That doesn't remain. But it was just a toxic ability. So it's all a balancing act of like what is deemed so important to the character that we can't get rid of, and what is deemed important enough that we can loosen up on it. Udyr though,
Hello.
rest in peace turtle form. However, I love the Udyr rework, man. It took a bit of tweaking afterwards, you know, to make Tiger Stance, Bear Stance now, a bit more valuable, because before it was just Phoenix Stance was good, but we got there. You can play all of them. New unique body type to the game. He doesn't look like a goddamn joke anymore. The fact he uses the Freljordian demigods as his power source is so cool, man. You got the Iron Boar and Valhir, and I was about to say, you guys, if I said Yusarn, you wouldn't even know who that is, right? I was going through, I was saying the names. I think Iron Boar is a champ. I'd like to see the Iron Boar as a champ. Will we ever? I doubt it. But I'd like to see him. I'd like to see the Seal Sister. Boar God. The Boar God, as far as we know, is Eildharg. I think we have Eildharg. Valhir is Volibear. Ramharg is Ornn. And then Yusarn is Anavia. I don't know why hers is so different to everyone else's, but is what it is, I guess. You won't even know, man. There he is. One of the very first to get it. There's a reason that he shares so much animations with Demon Lord, or really all of it, or Demon Blade Tryndamere, because his original animations were replaced because the Demon Blade just was so much better. Have you ever seen that old animation, A Twist of Fate? I think it was A Twist of Fate, where you see Twisted Fate, you see Fiddlesticks, you see Gare and Katarina, and then you see Annie, and then you see you see Tryndamere, but he's Demon Blade Tryndamere. He's just, that version became more popular because it was just using better animations than the old Tryndamere. Still hear Tryndamere made him so hot. I do think he could use a bigger design overhaul than that, though, and just taking his helmet off and making his model not look like trash. But yeah, try again. Purely for visuals, he did used to look like this. The visuals, model looks better, and they did the little update to his E. His E used to be the heal. Now it's part of his passive. I think besides that one change, his kit's pretty timeless. I think you absolutely just, to get Alistar, now you have reference of what the different kinds of Minotaurs could look like in Runeterra. You know, Lord Broadmane, great example, the Reckoner. Just make him look like what Gangplank did. You know, Gangplank's a pirate, but he's a Bilgewater pirate. Alistar's a Minotaur, but he's a Runeterran Minotaur. They have the aesthetic now to make him look unique, and obviously give him some new voice lines. But you got to keep the classic ones, you know, to appease the old fans. But more in line with Runeterra as a whole, and it'd be good. Yeah, we have the technology to do it again. You can make him way more fantastical than just purple Minotaur. We don't talk about Grand Reckoning Alistar. We don't talk about that. I've been intentionally trying to pick Aatrox, and it's not working. So, big one, huh? Is a big one. So I think no, because he still has some things in common. In fact, the thing he has most in common is the design, really. Aatrox is tricky because he is nothing like what he used to be. There's remnants of it, the revive, which he doesn't have anymore, but kind of the healing thing. The problem is that Aatrox was a victim of unfortunate circumstance. He got a mini rework before that fixed him, but not immediately. It was just unfortunate that he basically became meta for the first time in his existence right before his major rework. So people had finally gotten to see what he could be good as, and then it was removed. The thing is, a lot of champions, especially back in the day like that, Mundo was like this especially. Mundo would just randomly, at certain intervals because the meta shifted around them, would become the best character in the game. They wouldn't nerf him, they wouldn't buff him, anything. They wouldn't change him even before and after, and he would just cycle in and out of the best character in the game. Everybody forgot about him again. And I guarantee you that Aatrox would have been the same deal. He would have just shifted out of favor after a while. So I know why they had to do it. Also, because his old kit was just Tryndamere 2.0. Granted, they changed him into, Riven 2.0 in a lot of ways. But it's a lot more sense with a big greatsword. And I think what he did for the most, if we can thank Aatrox for anything, it's the Darken. Do you understand? Up to this point, even though Kayn had released, the Darken were still aliens. So him giving the Darken retcon and turn them into corrupted Shreem and Ascended, and changing his attitude from, I am the sad one, I go to planet and I bathe in blood, and then they change Aatrox to the psychopath that he is. He just wants to die, but he doesn't know how to die, so he tries to die the whole planet. It's awesome. Like, lore-wise, amazing. It's gameplay, we get complications. He's so radically different. But then I'd say, isn't Poppy and Scion the same thing? Isn't Urgot the same thing? They changed them so drastically from role and everything about their kit to something completely different to try and make them healthier. And you gotta admit, too, I believe if I can go... Will he still be up there? Tier list. Pick rate. I wonder if he's still as high. Yep. Still one of the most popular top laners in the game. And you gotta understand his character. It was a joke in the community that they only named him Aatrox with 2 A's, is because if he wasn't the very first character to appear alphabetically, you would forget about him. He was memorable because he was forgettable. Nobody played him. He was the most useless character in the whole game, and that was the joke. So, to take that disaster of a character and make one of the most popular characters in the game deserves respect out of that. I would not put him in perfect, though. They had to remove his revive. He still had the revive after he got it, and then they took it out. They also gave him another mini rework. You know what? I'll put him with Swain. Same kind of thing where they released, and so much of them has changed even since that rework. He lost the revive. He got the whole thing changed around with how his ult works. The dashing on his E got changed to the charge system. They've changed a lot about him since. And the major flaw, of course, being that they had to just completely undo the old Aatrox to make this new one work. So, and very unfortunate timing that the old Aatrox finally started to become popular for the first time in his entire existence right before the rework. That sucks. Yeah, and then they gave it to... Ironically, Zehen is a better Aatrox rework than Aatrox is. Zehen plays so much more like old Aatrox than new Aatrox ever has. It's very bizarre. It was like they finally decided to do it again. It's really weird. We only got 3 left. Shen Cao. Speaking of Zehen, he's dead. I'd put him. He got a gameplay update years ago. Yes, entirely separate one too. It changed the W and the E. You know how the E is dash attack speed? It used to be E dash W attack speed. He's an old character. A lot of champions in the game where his E is a dash. Some ability is just stat boost. Yeah, the R was slightly different too, I think. Was the R just the knockaway, I think? Yeah, right. The W used to have the heal passive. Yeah. So he's better. I'd put him here though, because it was kind of just confusing. Like I appreciate the gray streaks. I really do. But you gotta do more than that. Come on, he looks so young. He looks so... And then you have his canonical Visro Zhao, which takes place years ago. Like at minimum 15 to 20. And he has the gray streak still. He's supposed to be in his 50s. Like he looks way too pretty and young for the kind of characters. Like they had the assignment to finally make old Uncle Shin Zhao, and then they mucked it up again. And then the base design is one that is weird because pretty much all champions, the base design we have is how they either exist right now or how they existed in their last moments, unless you count. I heard some sound. I don't know what the hell that was. It's how they exist right now or how they exist right before they die, or they're just old, model-wise. I mean, that they need an updated one. But then this is Jin as he was years ago? Technically, Trials of Twilight would have been the base design in that sense. This is what we had up till his last moments. It's just very strange choices. And also just undoing Mage Seeker. Oh yeah, current vein is 1820 RP, yeah. Yeah, I think they kind of fumbled the bag on him a second time. So I'll put him I'll put them together, why not? Yeah, closing my eyes and looking away. I didn't even grab anybody, whatever. Mr. Mori. We're almost done. I have so much nostalgic for old Yorick, though. He's here. You know, old Yorick. Do people even understand what I say when I call him Mr. Mori? Is that even still his last name? I think it is still, right? He's still Yorick Mori. I don't think he says that in his new voice lines at all. But it's because old Yorick had a voice line where he went, "You will remember Yorick Mori," and then nobody did. Nobody remembered he even existed. Actually, you know what? He existed for one reason and one reason only. And I think, as well, he still holds one of the highest dislike ratios. It's not going to be accurate because of the... But, you know, that's an average approximation. So his whole thing was he would spawn the ghouls. That's all he did. Q spawned one type of ghoul, W spawned another type of ghoul, E spawned another type of ghoul. And then his ult would create a clone of whoever he clicked on, including himself. And if they died, they'd be revised as that clone. So imagine 2 veins. Fun. But yeah, there we go. He existed to be Teemo's biggest counter. Because the ghouls, a bunch of them could be spawned from range. And for some goddamn reason, I still don't know why, they were impossible to click on. They were just, you couldn't do it. It was just, it was so finicky in how you tried to click on them. So Teemo couldn't fight back. He would get poked out of lane, which sounds crazy to say Teemo got harassed out of lane, but he did. And he just didn't really have much use besides that. He was dumb. He didn't make any goddamn sense, but I have such fond memories of playing him on my lunch break. And just going, I'm going to play some Yorick Mori. He was so silly. And so what they changed, obviously they had to change a lot. They kept a lot of the design elements, but like Urgot and Swain and all these others, they really toned back on the gross factor. They wanted to make him badass. He's a warrior monk now. Of the Shadow Isles through and through, but what they did to his lore is awesome. I wish they'd expand upon it someday. Will they ever? I don't know. Yeah, the shovel looks cool now. Everything about him looks cool, right? That's kind of what they were going for. I really like the connection to Viego with Maiden. I sure hope he does something with her at some point and not just pawn her off to some random people he just met. The only problem is that they removed his niche and gave him a new one. Especially in the early days. They've changed him a bit since then. You know, they've tweaked how his ghoul spawning works. Before, you would have to get up to 4 before you could spawn them. They basically took his niche and made him, he's the split push character. That's it. He is kind of potential, man. He's so much potential. They designed him to be split push the champion, and he didn't really do much else outside of that. Without Maiden, he sucked. It took so long to set up the ghouls that he just couldn't fight back. Not good. Not good. I'd say I'll put him with Aatrox. I think he was an improvement for sure, but not without major flaws and still stuck in a weird state of limbo. Well, it's still what makes him good at split pushing is because he summons minions and he makes more minions from the minions he kills. His entire kit is designed around split pushing. The fact that his Q also very good with Sheen, which like Trundle, like Fiora, natural split pushing champions. Any characters that can interweave and use their abilities to damage towers is naturally going to be better at split pushing. And the fact that, yeah, Maiden, you'd basically double up on the minion wave. You could also disconnect Maiden. You still can. You can disconnect Maiden, send her down one lane, and you go down another. And now you're split pushing 2 lanes. Plus, this is also when ZZ Rot Portal was a thing. And you'd buy an item that would place on a little void portal. And every once in a while, little void goobers would jump out and join your minion wave. So you just do ZZ Rot Portal when Banner Command was a thing. He would just go in. I am the PvE character, and I go and I push towers. That's all I do. It was stupid. It was fun. It was very unhealthy. And it was just, you had one problem and you made a new one, basically. I think he would do wonderful with a mid-scope, personally, yeah. Oh, boy. And now Victor. Oh, I feel like I've talked about Victor many times before. Kind of funny to end on Victor, I agree. I was not intending for that to be the case, but here's my big thing with Victor. Old Victor was a mess. In concept. In idea, the machine revolutionary. Cool. Like it. Super nice. Problem is that if you have this character who's proposing, I am the herald of machine technology, I will replace humanity with metal, and we will all be robots, it's going to be awesome. You say that to me, you have one robot arm that's missing a finger for some reason. Like what index finger not good enough for you? You have a face mask instead of a helmet, or making your whole head a robot. This just looks like chest armor because you have all this cloth on you. You have human fabric. You covered up. Do you have genitals under there still, Victor? You need to cover. Like, why aren't you full machine? Why do you have a leg brace? Why do you have a harness and not just robot legs? You have a brace on each leg, even. It's so awkward to what the point of his character is supposed to be. And so when they update him, they just said, we're not doing that at all. And me personally, I far more enjoy the character of Victor as he is post-rework. My problem is, this isn't Victor. Like, this isn't. It's not Victor because it's not the Victor that people who liked him before. He's not the machine revolutionary, which is what people liked about him. And he removed all the machine elements entirely to go fully in the magic direction. So now you've completely alienated the people who like that version of the character. It's also not Victor to me because he didn't look like this. It actually is Victor from Temu. Let me... Yes. Oh, it's blurry, though. Let me get a nice, high-quality image. That's Instagram, goddammit. Can I get... That's... fine. Okay, we can go with that. Look at him. That's the Victor I'm talking about, man. Look at him, and then look at him. You see the distinction? Like, that's Victor. That is the man who sacrificed his body to the arcane. So, face mask. The League model, you barely even notice. The whole cool thing of his face being pushed to the side, you barely even see it. That's such a cool detail that his old personality literally got shoved to the side to make way for the new one. Barely maintained here. The crown, perfectly symmetrical here when it's all messy. All of him's messy. That's the whole point, that it's not perfect. It's not symmetrical. The weird Milo hair for some reason instead of the down hair that he has here. His proportions, look at him. He has holes in him. There should be meat here, but there's just barely anything. He's never eaten a day in his life. He looks like an alien. And then you look at him. Look at his Popeye arms, dude. Look at this shit. Look at the forearms. Look at how much is connected here. This is what people would say he's like a twink. He's skinny. But he's not even really that skinny. Look at his arms. Look at his shoulders. The model just did not capture who Arcane Victor was supposed to be. So it just feels like League Victor is his own entirely separate thing. And also gameplay. Hilarious that the one thing Victor players were asking for was to change the W, and they didn't. I still can't believe that they went out of their way to just... They hyped up the rework, and then the only thing that changed gameplay-wise was the ult. Which is cool. I like it. But... How do I even put this? Oh, yeah, I got the Legendary Jesus skin on launch that barely did anything, too. Am I wrong in saying having a stacking champion with a finite cap feels bad to play? Like, you got all the upgrades, and then you don't stack anymore. You don't evolve anymore. You stop if you have a good game on Victor, you stop evolving 15 minutes in. That's no fun. I thought they would have done amazing with that. They could just like, oh yeah, as you go along, you get even more upgrades. You could have, dude, Victor could have been the first champion to have a skill tree. You could have had different variations, like evolve how the W changes. You could have one version where you upgrade to have it actually, you know, drag the enemies back in like it did post mini rework. You could have the E apply a different kind of property or add a burn to something. That would have been so cool. Yeah, Gangplank does that too, but in that sense, you'd get all three. I'm talking about you have different branching paths for what you could upgrade. That would be a monster to try and program for sure, and would obviously add a lot more work, but man, I feel like that would encapsulate the whole glorious evolution, become stronger, I'm going to choose my own destiny kind of motif that Victor was going for. As of right now, he just, here's my few upgrades and I'm done. He did get the classic skin though, which is great. And even as much as I don't like Victor's design in terms of what it offers to his character, I still like the design here. He looks cool. If we're going by rule of cool, he looks damn cool. I do love how much effort they put into the classic skin. It makes me upset about Scorner, but really awesome. I wish they did traditional skins for all the characters. Old Victor did choose transhumanism too. Yeah, there's also the thing that also gets me a lot about Old Victor is they had no idea what the hell they wanted to do with him. Every year they would flip flop. Like, is he actually just a misunderstood anti-hero, just trying to help people, or is he, or is he just a supervillain? LOR just made him into a supervillain. It's like, I will turn everyone into machine. All my minions are worthless scum. They didn't know what they wanted him to do, and then that gets me a lot. If you want to think of Victor, where's the one that I always see people use this. Victor. Oh, I probably should have League of Legends. There's more than one Victor. Victor art. I'm sure most people have seen this. There it is. Okay. Surely some of you fellas have seen this artwork before, right? You know, cover story artwork. They used to do cover story artworks like this for a lot of short stories back in the day. Pretty cool. Victor helping out this little kid. That kind of shows a side of his humanity. It's just, I'm not really the bad guy. I'm just trying to help humanity evolve. My ways are a bit extreme. You're correct, Martin. It's fan art. This is not official. But people start peddling around like it was. Because in their head, that's who Victor was. It's Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's not really the Void Puppy. That's the community thing. We imprinted that onto him. This feels so right because this is the community headcanon of who Victor was. That's not who he was. It's not official artwork, no. So that's what I mean when I get a little bit, it's like, oh, but old Victor was so good, and I loved how his, like, the moral complexity is like, bitch, they didn't know what the hell he was. They flip-flopped on him every year. They didn't know what the hell they wanted to do. Look at LOR. Look at him laugh like a maniacal supervillain as he talks about removing the brain of one of his servants. It's just, but that's he's real to me, right? But that's the one we wanted. So, I've said my grievances about Victor before. From this side of just like, oh, I miss the big robot guy. He would have been awesome. I agree. In a perfect world, the Victor rework would have gone more in the Machine Herald direction. I will say though, Victor players, I say Victor players are not Victor mains, because that was very cathartic seeing all these quote unquote Victor mains crying about how they're not going to get access to the Machine Herald Victor. It's like, well, if you played the character, you would have gotten it for free. Basically just cry about how, like, I lost my train of thought. Oh, that, like, this is a unique situation for Victor. That, like, oh, we lost the machine part of the Herald Victor. Now he's just the Herald of the Arcane. But that's not unique for Reworks, you know? Skarner, Crystal Scorpion, he lost the crystal part. Urgot lost all his gross factor. Fiddlesticks lost all his goofiness. Volibear lost all his armor when his original pitch was the armor bear. This is normal for Reworks. Like, Victor wasn't special in that he lost half of his thing. But the argument that should they have gone this direction? Probably not. Should Arcane have had a third season? Probably. Probably needed a bit more time for all the pieces to be set into place and make this new magic-y version of Victor feel a bit more natural. So it was problematic. And I think he goes in here. Major flaws. I like the end result. I like the Victor that we got. I think he was the highlight of the whole show for me. But losing that core identity hurts a bit more than most. Yeah, we do have non-Rise Rune Mage, kind of, yeah. We had an Arcane third season. It was episode 9. That's true. Well. Is that it? We're done? We did it? How long did that take? 4.5 hours. I feel like that should not have taken that long, but I got caught up on like going a bit more in depth on all of them. Jesus. 4 hours. But now I can do the one last thing. I can do the one last thing and just not watch this because I'm tired and my back hurts. New York. What are these Yorick, Warwick, Udi, Scion, Old New Mortal. Why is Fiora this? What are these? What are these timestamps? Why is New York the last one? What is this? New York? I guess so. Okay, where did the tier list end though? Get out of the way. You're in the way. Get out. Okay. Wow, the list was so much smaller. Okay. Wow, okay, I was around the money for these guys. Really? I had Psionic down that far? Really? I had Fiora and Terrible? I guess because I just hate fighting her. I guess that was like my distaste for fighting her took full effect there. I had Poppy and Gal and Scion down as far next to Aatrox. What are you talking about? I gotta write a mean comment to myself. I am offended. What it rises. What was I at? What was I smoking? Trundle next to Urgot. At least I have consistency that Fiddle, Warwick, and Nunu were all at the top though. That's consistency. Panth, Eve, Udyr, yeah, all these guys are at the top. Character deletion favor of reworks were fresher back then, I think. Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's like we started to get used to it a bit more. My favorite League of Legends champion, New York. Alright, fellas. That'll do it. Thank you for watching this. I'm tired. That's the end of the recording. Hopefully the recording doesn't corrupt. Alright, fellas. That was the end of the video, I think, yeah. I'm probably going to close off the stream. My voice hurts. That was a lot. That was a lot of talking. I want to get back into streaming stuff more, but it's hard for me recently. So, but thank you, fellas, for joining. No rapid fire skin review this week because the new patch isn't this week. So there's gonna be kind of like a gap in videos for a bit while I try and get back on my feet a bit. But I got some cool things in the works still. So thank you, fellas, for stopping by. Thank you for all the bits, all the subs, all the everything. Some of the first thing I hear is end the stream. Well, you know, I usually don't stream for 4 hours, so that helps. That's why Riot was silent today, yes, because they're on summer break. I have a thank for all the bits, all the subs, all everything. Thank you, so I've had the best. Thank you for stopping by, fellas. Have a good rest of your Tuesday.
Use this gift well.
I'm very sorry there, gamer. That I don't know if I want to read that name out loud. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, though. I appreciate it. So Monster Hunter, when would anyone even be interested in me doing like I don't think I could do a stream playing Monster Hunter right now because I've done everything in Wilds, but I'd probably would if there was enough interest in it, I'd do a stream just talking about Monster Hunter and like who I want to be in Ascendance. That I would do. That could be fun, but I know that'd be a very niche audience. I'll learn more about it. See, I'm in a very weird, like, specific genre of Monster Hunter fan where I technically, like, the only game I air quotes started with Try, but not really. I really started with World, where I became the big fan, but I know pretty much everything about the previous games. So I know the monsters. I just haven't fought them. I'm gonna watch playing. Oh, I don't know if I could play an old Monster Hunter. I think I'd lose my mind. But all right, I'm getting on tangents. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Goodbye. I'm gonna go lie down. Goodbye.